because it looks like we're live. Hello, everybody. Welcome.
Yeah,
The
I can.
64th. Oh, Captain Fan and Nerd. There we go. Hello.
Yes.
How you doing there? Welcome to live art stream number 64. And, oh, whoops, got to press that mute there. And as you can tell from the title, today I'm going to be doing a Lord of the Rings some Lord of the Rings artwork today because just in honor of, this great TV show that we got coming up from Amazon. Everybody excited about
Aw,
that?
shucks.
No, it's my kind of what is it? Your not peaceful protest, but your what was Gandhi famous for?
Passive non-resistance.
Okay, yeah.
Ahimsa.
So there we go. I knew you would know that. You know
Thank you
everything,
very
Eric.
much.
You know
Before
everything.
Google was me. Yes, there was.
So it's we got Eric here, Eric All Sullivan.
Hi,
I'm
hi
gonna butcher
everyone.
that name.
Straight out of
Uh,
Boston.
yeah, straight out of Boston. Here's another
He's
brother named Eric Sullivan.
Sully.
Sully. And
You want to call me Papa when I'm be banging your mama? Yeah, your mama.
oh
I
boy,
am team candy corn. I am team pineapple pizza, and I am
I
team your mama.
I need to give you some kind of like you've been regular here for a while now on Sundays. I need to give you some kind of I don't know. We need to have like a special little spot there for you.
Well, you never know.
Yeah,
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 I mean,
yeah.
like, yeah, I should be shooting my own content, but no, I like your company and I
Oh,
love
dude.
what you're doing.
Oh, like right
No,
back
there's
at you, man. Like it
always
makes it
plenty
so
of time
much.
to shoot, man. There's always
Yeah,
plenty
yeah,
of time to shoot content.
yeah.
That's the good thing about like
That's fair.
making scheduled content is like you craft time out of your day for
Right.
it. And it's nice to have for me personally, it's nice to have like 2 weekend shows that
Yeah.
maybe even three now with Gray. I mean, I've been on his show once or
Oh, I
twice now,
love.
and it's
Yeah.
like, if like it was great because he'll do his show a couple hours before yours, and so there's enough time to grab something to eat in
Right.
between, or make a new pot of coffee and maybe jump in the shower real quick, brush my teeth, you know.
That's a great way to start the morning over there, isn't it?
Well, it's stuff like that. Just taking a break between shows and
Yep.
refreshing and hitting the reset button and not being harried between shows either. That's
Yeah.
nice. Yeah,
Completely hear you there, man.
we got
Like, what was I saying? My train of thought. As you can tell, it's been a long weekend, but yeah. So you have to forgive me if I stumble over my words a bit. And I've been on so many. Geez, like last week, I think I was on what was it, 3 or 4? Was it 3 YouTube shows? I was on
Mm-hmm.
3. But for me, that's at most it's just mine. But last week I was on. I did a little bit of a 3-minute spot. What you would call it on Peter Savelli's comic book. Like he gives like a 3-minute spot for independent comic artists to
Mm-hmm.
promote their work. So I did that last Thursday. Then Thursday night I was on Pop's channel,
Nice.
and then Saturday morning on 32 Nick Weiser's. And
Mm-hmm.
man, I just don't know how these guys do it. Like it takes it out of you. Like doing these really long streams and streaming all the time.
Yeah.
I know it's not like any physical labor, but it just
No, but it's there. I mean,
yeah,
as they say in psych in therapy, the
yeah,
struggle is real. I mean,
yeah, yeah,
it took me like a year to get some kind of weird legs for this, man.
right,
It's because my legs would I get antsy, man, and like to be sitting down for 4 hours. It's like that's why I'm a chef.
right,
I have a lot of energy and I move around all day long, and I worked in an office for a few years. I took a break and it was physically boring.
yeah,
It was
right,
draining in a way.
right,
And I remember the first couple of times I've been on live streams, like my legs would get all tingly,
yeah, yeah.
and then there's a little bit of anxiety too because
Oh yeah,
this
definitely.
is new to a lot of us have a first stream. We
Yeah,
all do, don't
yeah,
we? And
yep.
and aren't we always continually learning from
Oh
our
yeah,
previous streams? And yeah, so yeah,
yeah. And as soon as you
we
think
all
you've
come a
got it
long way.
down, as soon as you think you're like, oh, I've got it down, I know what I'm doing now, then it all changes. And you're like,
Hmm.
oh, I'm back to square one again. But I think there's a lot of people who are in the same boat as us. But it's always an ongoing learning process. But I always appreciate like you being on here. all the time. It just makes it that much funner for me to do. And um, yeah, I'm still getting
Well,
the
thanks.
hang of
Yeah.
things here, trying to figure out what this channel is really all about and what I'm going to be doing. But I just enjoy like having you guys on and
Art
shooting the shit.
streams are
And
one of the best
yeah,
way to kick back,
yep,
you get two really good purposes out of this. You get some great content,
yep,
that you get the live stream itself, but then you do the minute lapse, and which I
right,
think is
right.
just as if not more impressive.
I love
Yeah,
doing those, man. Those are
because
fun.
that's really fun because
Yeah,
it's that's the spirit of animation as well. That
right.
time lapse, that in
Hmm.
seeing it come together,
Yeah.
and that's always a wonderful experience too. I enjoy those greatly, and because
It's always
sometimes we
yeah.
only have a minute.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, exactly. And well, the reason I do it for a minute, I haven't really been doing those shorts lately because
Hmm.
they're not they don't work well for my time lapse videos with the vertical orientation that they have. So I'd have to work around. I don't know how I would do that to make it to where it all fits in. It always
Right,
drops in on it. But
exactly.
for Instagram Reels, they're 1 minute exactly. So it's just perfect to make them 1 minute long. It's a good time frame. Anything longer than that, you just kind of like it just kind of carries on too long. So that 1 minute time frame, I think it works really. It's really it works well, but no, it's always fun to do those too and find that perfect song that goes with it because
Hmm.
I'm not allowed to use copyrighted material, of
Right.
course.
So you
Um,
go to the bank of
yeah,
of, of,
YouTube audio
of good.
library or copyright free music,
Hmm.
and I download a whole bunch of them, so I have my playlist, my library, as you would
Hmm.
say, and I've got them all under like sci-fi, fantasy, dark sci-fi, rock, like dramatic Western sound. I've got like this building up this library of them. So and my goal is to try not to use the same song twice as much as
Hmm.
possible. So to this point, I haven't used the same song twice. So it's just like one of those little um, what you may call it, one of those little challenges that I give myself. It's like probably an unnecessary challenge, but a challenge nonetheless. Oh,
Oh, so that was Peter
uh,
Simeti from Alterna.
yeah,
That's good. He's great. He's got a great spirit. He's a publisher. He does it. He doesn't his isn't aren't his books at 2.99, 3.99, 2.99, right?
I am not for sure. So I've seen his show a couple of times,
Uh-huh.
and, Thomas Roger Ryder, he threw out like I think it was yeah like Thursday. It was like Thursday morning. He's just like, hey, he's got his stream that he's doing today where he introduces independent creators
Mm-hmm.
content creators. So if you want to hop on there, it's about an hour. I was like, oh
Uh-huh.
god, what do I do? I've never talked to the guy before. I've never been on his channel before.
Mm-hmm.
So you just basically enter into the backstage, and he's got like he's got one of those manual wind up clocks,
Mm-hmm.
alarm clocks, and it's set for 3 minutes. So you have 3 minutes to do your whole spiel, and I like I'm like, okay, characters and
No
kind of
pressure.
conflict, story,
No pressure.
setting. I'm like, and that's it's the most nervous I've ever been on YouTube at all. Like even
Mm-hmm.
more nervous than my first stream. Even more nervous than
Damn.
going on like comics channel and stuff. I was like
Having
just
that
sweating.
countdown must make you really nervous.
Yes, yeah. Oh, and welcome. I believe Wakizashi, is
Ladies
this
and
your first time to be
gentlemen.
on here?
It's my first time to be on yours,
Oh,
mate.
thank you.
Yeah. I've had
Yeah,
you on mine once. It sounds a bit
right,
rude,
right.
but yeah.
Yeah, well, I appreciate you hopping on here tonight. I know you're a busy guy, and it's
No,
a bit
no,
late
it's
our time, but
it's
yeah.
bedtime for me. That's all, James, because I'm old.
Well, I don't think there's too much difference between us, is there? I can't remember.
I don't know. I'm going to be 50 in January next year, so
Holy cow! I didn't know
I'm
that.
getting there, mate. I'm getting
I
there.
thought you were younger than me. Oh, jeez. I just
Oh,
look old. Speaking of which, today is my birthday.
happy
Yay! Happy
birthday.
birthday to
Woo!
44, the big 4-4.
Maybe it's going to pull
Nice.
out a stripper now. Here we go.
Uh-oh. Oh, hey,
Happy
look at that! Look at that!
birthday to you. Happy
Happy
birthday
birthday
to
to you.
you. Happy birthday, dear James. Happy
Happy
birthday
birthday to
to you.
you.
How do you say it in Japanese?
Happy birthday to you.
Ah, sono.
Otanjobi omedetou.
Oh,
Okay,
thank you, Darren. Welcome.
here we go. Yay,
Oh, what is
happy
that?
birthday, James.
What is that? Oh, the candle's
This
going out.
is a blueberry and vanilla chèvre atop a white
Bless you.
cheddar. Thank you, merci beaucoup. Atop a white cheddar rice cake, puffed rice cake. It's kind of like
Oh,
a
the
fake
rice cake.
cheesecake.
Ah, I got
Yeah,
you. I got you. Got the theme going there.
yeah.
That's Eric.
It's actually my breakfast, but because it doesn't have AP flour in it. I love bagels, but I don't like the calories.
Oh man. Well, you oh look, there's Roger Ryder is there in the house. Yeah, you
Hey,
can't do much about those calories. Just gotta try to burn them off afterwards, I
and
guess.
that too. But yeah, you can count them going in though. I mean, I lost a lot of weight doing that. I can't, I'm not a gym person, so it's not my
Yeah,
culture. I
yeah.
don't take joy, or I mean, nobody really does, do they?
No,
But
I don't. There's probably very few who do.
yeah, it's just not my thing. I've tried a few times. It's just yeah, gyms aren't my bag, and I got a lot of success watching what I ate, but also expending energy. You burn a lot of calories by walking. If you walk,
Hmm.
it's about
Yep.
100 calories per mile.
Really.
Yeah.
See, the problem with me is I've got like really, 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 really bad flat feet to the
Hmm.
point where I've had to get like insoles made with 3D printers. I've had to get like multiple shots because I get these bone spurs in my heels
Yeah.
from the flat. It's just horrible. So I've got a bike and I ride my bike around everywhere, man.
Hmm.
And that is such a great, like, put on the headphones, throw some music on, ride around. Like, you get to see
Yeah,
so
that
many
sounds awesome,
things.
mate.
You get to see so many things that you don't normally see when you're like, driving your car.
Hmm.
You got to go places that you can't go in your car as well. But gets a bit hot during the summertime, but it's always a joy to do. But speaking of themes that we were doing earlier, it's kind of a bit of a coincidence that we have wakizashi, otherwise known as gray, and tonight's drawing is going to be Lord of the Rings, and I've decided tonight I want to do Gandalf the Grey.
Woohoo! Yay!
Oh, there he is. Look at him. Look at that handsome man. Look
There
at
he
that.
is.
There he is.
Konnichiwa.
Good to see you. Good to be on here tonight.
Hey, thanks
Indeed.
again, man. I really appreciate it. Um, yeah, so I was just saying, yeah, Gandalf the Grey. I felt like with the whole abomination that is approaching us here in a few days, I figured, ah, hey, you know what? You know what sparked it off is I think you guys. I don't know if you saw my tweet or not, but I opened up. I'm just going to show you, everybody out there, what I saw today. Let me make sure I don't dox myself.
You haven't seen what I've seen.
Yeah, you're about ready to see it though. So I started up
Things the
Illustrator today
elves.
because I was going to make a banner for tonight's stream, and I was like, I don't know what I'm going to draw tonight. I'm going to do like I might do Spider-Man or I might do Incredible the Hulk.
Ooh, Hulk.
I'm not yeah the Hulk. I've always wanted to do the Hulk, and
In your
so I
Frazetta
opened up.
style, that would be that
Oh, that would
like
be so cool.
explosive
Yes,
anger.
yes.
Yeah, for
So
the
there
liquid
are all
file.
these yeah, there's all these images going around in my head of what I want to do. And then I was like, okay, so I'll open up Illustrator and get my banner ready. And I wasn't paying attention to the screen. It was going really slow. And then I looked up and I was like, what the hell is this? Let me show you. Here we go. This right here.
Oh yeah, that's
So Amazon, Adobe with Illustrator and Photoshop and other of their some of their other programs. Apparently, this is the what is it called? The splash screen when you're opening up.
mhm.
And I was like, "What the? Yeah, just, brah." So what do you do?
What's
Get this
Adobe
out of my
got to do with
face.
Amazon, or Amazon got to do with Adobe?
Okay, I've been using I use Creative Cloud and I've been using it for a long time now, and I have never ever seen any kind of image that wasn't just kind of like a generic, like a woman with seashells or some kind of, mosaic or something that obviously one of their illustrators has thrown together, but they never really have a theme. And this is the first time that I've ever really seen anything that was like directly in your face. This is a promo for some kind of, other kind of TV show or something like that going on.
Here's
And
one. Adobe Marketing and Advertising Practices, last
Yeah.
updated May 3rd, 2018. It's and Adobe runs online ad campaigns that display ads for you based on your likely interests.
Really?
We may learn your likely interests when you use our apps.
Are you kidding me?
Algorithm stuff, man. Yeah,
Jeez,
sure.
man.
Welcome to the future. It's like Tom Cruise in that movie when they scan your
Minority
eye.
Report.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
there's
yeah.
individual ads for you. That wasn't that
That's
so
just annoying
prescient?
as hell.
Oh
You were
man,
very interested in the Rings of Power, Jinja Ninja, obviously.
I've been dogging them like
based on
left
your
and right. I guess they're trying to like annoy me now, but yeah. As soon as I saw that, I was like, nope. I've decided tonight's stream. I'm going to do Lord of the Rings, and I was just going through the characters, and I just I love Gandalf, and
right.
it's such a it's one of the characters I've always wanted to kind of illustrate. So, and then this style that I've been doing lately, where I just kind of put down ink blots, and I've already got my color palette kind of
Hmm.
decided. Well, what I want to do tonight, though, is I don't want to like look at Peter Jackson's Ian McKellen. I don't want to look at him. And what I like to do is I like to just read the description of the character and then
Hmm.
interpret it in my own way.
Good.
Trying. I'm not going to like look at other reference material for other
Right.
people.
Like
I just like
not
to.
no Baskey or
Yeah, yeah,
no McKellen, just you.
right, right.
Yeah, that's
So of
great.
course I'm going to be doing that, but you guys are free to talk about anything that you want to, any topic. Oh, I did start going through the Dune movie, the
Ooh,
David Lynch one. David Lynch?
yes,
Yeah.
yes, the '84, the old one.
Yeah, there are things I really, really love about it and things I really, really don't like.
Exactly.
But
Me
the thing
too.
I really love about it is just the old, uh, special effects, the
Yeah,
physical, what's it called?
the movie making, practical
Yes, yes,
effects,
practical
the
effects. There you go.
yeah.
I just love that feel to it, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And there's just like a lot of the set design was really intriguing. Um, and I like the acting as well. The acting is really it's very on spot. But
Mm-hmm.
there are just parts of it where it kind of moves about a little bit too quickly for me
Yes. It's
between main points of the story. And I wish they would have been a little bit more. It felt like the transition was a little bit forced. I would love
mm-hmm.
to see like a 4 hour, 5 hour movie of it instead of just
Yeah.
that short one. Is
And
there something out there like that, like the director's cut?
there is a longer Japanese cut
Oh,
or the
really?
US television cut, and you can
Okay.
tell which parts were added because the Fremen lacked the blue eyes because they didn't put it wasn't done in post production.
Oh,
Maybe
okay, I
someone's
gotcha.
cleaned that up over the years. Maybe there's a
Right,
version you can find, on Blu-ray now, like those Star Wars movies or fan edits or something.
right, right.
But Lynch's original '84 does not include the Jameis fight, yet the Japanese version does, and
Okay, okay.
that's one of those
Oh,
edited
right, right,
scenes,
right.
and
Okay.
it is about maybe I think a half an hour longer or so. I have to look it up.
Hmm.
I've
Yeah,
seen
there's a
both of
really
these
good
versions.
like a fan version, a fan edit on
Hmm.
YouTube you can get for free, Ginger
Hmm.
as well.
Really?
Really good,
Okay.
yeah, really good. It might be
I'll
that
have to
version
check that
Eric's
out.
talking about. It's
Mm.
longer, it's almost like, is it getting on to 4 hours or something, Eric?
It,
Something like
it,
that?
it's it gets up there. I'll look it
Three
up.
and a half or something,
I
yeah.
It has a
prefer
different
like a
opening.
yeah.
They don't have they ditch Virginia Madsen's Erland's opening
Oh,
and focus
really?
on
Okay,
her,
this is
and it's a
different then, yeah.
man's voice,
Mhm.
and it's like the Emperor's Sardaukar armies, and then they show this history of the world we're about to enter through matte paintings, like these like Renaissance style art, and just a single art piece of art,
Right.
and like this Butlerian jihad, the old emperor, and the Atreides and Gedi Prime, and but it sets up the movie a little differently.
Mm.
Let's see.
Yeah, I'd really
Mm.
be down for watching that. I kind of have to have my full attention though for it if I'm gonna watch it because I like to have things on in the background while I'm working on. Oh, hey, what's up, Purple Valkyrie? How you doing there?
Hey, come on
Actually, I'm
in.
going to. I don't. Well, I'll just do this anyways. Um, yeah, I really want to sit down and it's something I've never done, but now that I'm talking with you guys, I feel like I really, really need to have like my stuff, in
It
online,
comes
and I want to take notes. And oh, thank you, Purple. Thank you.
It's about 190 minutes. Is the long version? That's a little over 3 hours.
Wow. See,
Yeah.
I would be, yeah.
So it's got a bunch of scenes that didn't make it because it's the story of the production of Dune 84 is a journey in itself, and kind of like David Lynch really was offered Revenge of the Jedi, but he was only going to get one picture out of George Lucas, where he was
Right.
going to get 3 pictures out of Dino De Laurentiis, and his
Mhm.
next movie after Dune put him on the map was Blue Velvet.
Right. Blue Velvet. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Because he did Eraserhead before that.
Mhm.
Didn't he do Elephant Man as well?
He did.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
He did Elephant
Yeah.
Man. Blue Velvet. That blew my mind
Blue
when I
Velvet.
first saw it.
Blum. Oh, man.
Wait a second. Did he do Elephant Man, or was that?
Yeah, he did.
Okay. Who did? Darn it. Oh gosh, why am I Pie? Was it Pie?
Yeah, it was directed by it. Yeah. Pie, the one where with the drill.
Yes.
Yes. Oh, God. That movie. That's an Aronofsky movie. Yeah.
Aronofsky. There you go.
Yeah.
Aronofsky.
Darren Aronofsky.
Yeah.
Yeah. He didn't he? Oh, he also did Requiem for a Dream. That's a hard movie to watch.
Yes.
He makes hard movies to watch, huh?
Yeah, I actually I watched that movie 3 times in 1 week in college.
Man.
What happened was I went with 3 different people that wanted to go see it,
Uh-huh.
and they all asked me to go see it with them, and I was like, "Okay." So I went the first time with a friend,
Uh-huh.
and I was like, "That was the heaviest movie I've ever seen." And then the next day, like, literally the next day, another person asked me to go see it. I was like, "Okay." So 3 times in 1 week, I think I kinda traumatized myself. PTSD. Yeah.
I know. I was blessed to have caught Pulp Fiction 3 times in 1 week when it came
See,
out.
that I would be a lot better of an experience of watching
Yeah,
that 3
that'd be
times in 1
awesome.
week.
The same thing. I was like,
Yeah.
I went out with 2 sets of friends and a girl I ended up dating for another 3 years. It was our first date, and she was a film major at Emerson College here in Boston. And
Right.
so I got dating her was like going to film school. I got to enjoy going to her film school, like with her on this journey, her books, and like her like firsthand, knowledge about like showing up at the school and seeing like the editing bay, and this is
Yep.
how you like you have the audio track and the visual track, and this is how you, and that's why you always shoot one scene at a phone booth, because you can always put in ADR, you can always put in dialogue under it later if you need a story beat. It's a great cinema thing, man.
Really?
Yeah, you just shoot with no dialogue. You shoot like 2 scenes of your people talking on a phone, and then later on you can just, if you need to, you can write new dialogue, a new
Oh,
story beat,
okay.
and you have the actors
Ah,
just put the voiceover and movie
okay.
magic.
There we go.
I love movies.
All right.
Yes. But Dune,
Oh,
but Dune is it's, if you can catch the longer one, if it I don't know, it's kind of like the extended cut of Batman versus Superman. Little things make more sense, and it helps.
I've
I've
never
never
seen
seen
Eric
BVS.
and Jinja. I haven't seen the extended one. Is it really so much better than the original Batman Superman?
Yeah, because you figure out that it's KG Beast who's setting up
Oh,
people
no
to die.
way!
Yeah, that's KG Beast, and he's working for Luthor, and he's the one that's and it's all Luthor killing people in prison with the bats, with the bat seer, so that gives it more punch at the end. That when Batman's about to brand Luthor and spares him, because
No, I had no idea
yeah,
about that
that's a
KGB. So I
setup to a
remember when he
paint.
first appeared in the comics.
Mhm.
I used to collect them. So wow, I've got to watch it
Yeah.
now.
So there was like, it was just, and I can clearly remember going to the movies and seeing that, and Bruce Wayne saying to Diana Prince, "Not all men." I remember this, and then I think that got edited out along the way. I'm pretty sure. If someone out there, hit us in the comments. You know what I mean? Chime in if you remember this story beat too, man.
God, that movie was so disappointing for me. I don't know about you two. The official release. God, it was so disappointing based on such an amazing work.
I haven't seen it yet.
Really? You're better off then, I guess.
Well, yeah, because I've gotten to the point. Do you know what killed me? It was The Last Jedi. After I saw The Last Jedi, I was like, I'm not going to watch another movie again. until I know. It's almost like what Game of Thrones did to me, season 8. Because after
Yeah.
Game of Thrones season 8, I was like, I'm not going to watch another TV series until everything's over, and I hear, because I invested so much time and energy into that, and it was just all it. It really, like, it took me a long time to get over that. Like,
Mm-mm.
literally, like a week, I was just depressed because it was like
Yeah.
you put so much. It's not just a TV show,
It
It's
was culture.
yeah.
It was a shared
The
culture.
last that I
It
killed it.
was
It did. It
it was
killed
sh-
me.
yeah. It was a shared experience.
It was. Yeah. And then I was just sitting there and I couldn't. It, I was so hard to even watch it. I just looked at. Oh, look at that! We got a special guest coming in here, guys. Purple Valkyrie,
Oh,
welcome.
it
Hey,
just got
hello.
classier in here. Check it out.
Hello,
Thank you for dropping on
gentlemen.
by. I don't know. I'm starstruck.
Yay.
Me too.
Because Grace here, that's why.
Exactly.
How are you
Awesome.
doing? Happy birthday.
Oh, thank you, thank you. I another trip around the sun.
Here we go.
Yeah, yeah.
Absolutely. And Eric, that hat absolutely rocks. I love it.
It's purple. And
It is.
It is.
it matches everything you own.
That's crazy. Eric's got the rice cake going on, the purple hat.
And
He's
my
gotta have
cheese is a
something-
bit purple too. See,
There we
it's
go. Oh, look at there.
blueberries.
Ooh,
Yeah,
that looks
that's very
good.
It's a blueberry vanilla chèvre atop a rice cake of cheddar cheese. It is quite divine.
Ooh, that sounds so
Fine, that's
good.
This is what the
So-
chef eats for breakfast.
So
Seriously.
purple. What time is it over there for you right now?
It is 2:45 in the afternoon, so
Oh, in the
nice,
afternoon. Okay.
nice lazy Sunday afternoon. I was actually
Nice.
doing a little bit of painting. I'm painting a door frame in my living room and listening
Oh,
to you
sweet.
guys. So
All right.
it's great to hang out.
Oh, yeah. Oh, we got another person. Wow, we got a full house tonight, guys. There we go, Juan.
Hey, how's it going?
Bendito Bain.
Hello, what's
Welcome.
up?
Hey,
How's it going?
I did not know it was your birthday.
You know what? Neither did I. I just forget about this. I woke up and it's like, oh yeah, it's my birthday today. Whoops, I forgot about that. Yeah, after you turn a certain age, I guess birthdays aren't really something that you kind of celebrate anymore. But
Yeah,
What
I
can
know
you
that
say?
feeling.
so are you saying you finally got to 21 so we can take you out for a drink now?
exactly.
Yes.
I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna start with a nice old, start easy. Maybe have a non-alcoholic and get a non-alcoholic buzz, and then move on to the stronger stuff. Yeah. Oh boy, 21. Wow, what was it like even back in those days? What was everybody doing at 21?
I was
I can't
working in
even
a
remember.
restaurant.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was already getting into the bars because I worked in downtown Boston at a restaurant since I was 19, and I would just walk in with the rest of the staff, and nobody ever carded us, and they didn't give a shit, and it was nice. Yeah, there were 3 places I could go, and people were like, "You could bring dates." I brought dates there, and they're like, how did you get us in? Because I'm cool, babe. Yeah.
I got the
Yeah,
connections.
it worked. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm gonna minimize you guys there. I'm gonna start
That's fine.
working on this this painting here. I guess this is a live art stream, so I should do some art, huh? You know, this is part of the
Yay!
whole deal. But
Alright.
in case you didn't hear, Purple, I'm gonna be working on Gandalf tonight.
Oh,
Oh.
nice.
Just
Awesome.
because of Amazon and Adobe, what they did to me.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
And
God.
purple, I have a request too, if it's possible.
Hello, TFT.
Hello.
Sorry.
To show James your Doctor Doom, because I want to inspire him to make some art.
Oh, yes. You mean the figure that I have?
Yeah, the one with the throne.
Yes.
That's a beautiful, amazing. Just like, oh my goodness. And
I would completely be up to doing a Doctor Doom, definitely.
Oh, that would be fantastic. I would love to see your take on that. Yes,
Yeah.
I will, Eric. I promise.
cool. Yeah, I mean, yeah, whenever, but it's like, yeah, and purple's also got a Freddy Krueger glove too. That's
Freddy would be cool to draw
it's-
too.
You got it signed by him, correct?
I did, yes.
No
Oh,
way,
Been,
no way.
I
lucky
love
enough to
rubbing
meet him
Oh.
a couple of times. He's a real
Oh.
sweetheart.
He is
Great
a real
guy.
sweetheart,
I,
man.
lo-
He's so
I
authentic.
loved him in the latest season of Stranger Things.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
cool.
great to see him in that.
Yeah,
He's
and
getting
that
gigs.
little nod that he made to Nightmare on Elm Street when he was rubbing his hands on the table he was sitting at. He was just scratching his hands with his
It's
right hand, which is the one with the glove.
the
Even though,
subtleties.
even though with all the makeup, he really owns the mannerisms. So like certain mannerisms and body movements he does can always shows how great of an actor he is.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I mean, before Nightmare on Elm Street, I knew him on V.
V,
Oh,
yeah,
V,
Rick,
yes.
V, the
yes.
science fiction show.
Yeah.
He was Billy.
That scared the crap out of me when I was a kid.
should have. Yeah.
Me too.
All I know about V was that Mark Singer was in it, and
Mhm.
he later went on to be the Beastmaster.
Yes, he
Yeah,
did.
Oh,
yeah,
the
that's right.
Beastmaster.
Love that
That
one.
too.
Then
What we
had
talked
the
about last time, there was the Frazetta show. It was
Mhm.
so strange because after we started talking about that, I started seeing it everywhere. That
Yeah.
one show we were talking about, the anime animated
Fire and Ice.
Fire Nights. That's the one. Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hey,
the
Ryan
started
Roger.
seeing it everywhere.
Good
Frank
morning.
Frazetta and Ralph Bakshi.
Oh, we got another person here, guys.
Hello.
Welcome, Grant Gregory.
Oh
Grant.
my goodness.
Oh, we got a full house, guys.
Hello.
International
Hey.
now.
Hello.
Yeah,
Okay, it is. Look at this. We got Japan. We got the States,
Hey.
both East Coast and West Coast.
Mm-hmm.
Purple, you're over in Ireland, right?
I'm in England, but close.
Oh, you're in
yes.
England.
I'm in
Sorry, I
England.
always thought you were in Ireland for some reason.
I've got a lot of
Okay.
Irish family, but
Okay,
yeah,
my bad.
I'm
Look,
in
it's
the
the red
Midlands.
hair.
Debunked. It's the red hair, exactly. The red hair. I could have gone Scottish. I'll be right back, guys. Hold on a second. Go ahead.
Finally a
amongst yourself.
painting that I could probably do myself. That's what I like to see.
Uh,
Is this finished? Is this...
Yeah, this is it. This is what we're getting.
Just getting started.
Eric,
Yes.
I don't know if you heard, but rumors are having it that they're doing reshoots on certain Aquaman scenes with
Oh, yeah.
Amber Heard.
I've heard those as well.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That would be great. I mean, my wet dream on this would be Amelia Clark. Wouldn't that be great?
Yeah,
replace
I think
Mara?
that. I
The
think,
plus side, she was only in 9 minutes worth of footage anyway.
Mm.
That wasn't the final thing, so it's easy enough to be able to replace or just
Right.
straight cut.
She might be a
So,
crazy dingbat, but she's incredibly hot, and she, you know what I mean. I just
she's terrible.
I love
she's
the way
terrible,
she looks as Mara.
Eric,
terrible
what are you
on the bed
saying?
sheets, though.
I don't know.
That's all I'm saying.
James Brown was a wife beater. Come on.
Oh man,
It's
the
but-
less we know about them,
I know.
the better.
exactly.
That's true. Very true these days.
I mean, even
No-
if
no
I sit down and have
excuses.
these thoughts too, like imagine finding out about all the greats, like even great artists as well. If we really to like look back into all the histories, man, I bet there's just a ton of dodgy stuff that they've did. But well, compared to what society is nowadays, you can't really make that comparison, because back
Wait,
then it would have been the norm, I
I-
guess.
Are you saying Vincent Van Gogh was a little bit weird?
He was off his rocker, dude.
Oh, wow.
He was a stalker. He stalked this. He was extremely, extremely religious, which is why he always loved to portray farmers because he considered them the closest to God.
Mhm.
They were always working the fields. They were basically God's, one of the most humble of God's servants. So even the church that he went to, they I believe that they asked him to not come because he was so, just
That shit
out there.
crazy.
Yeah. But there was
Shit
apparently
crazy.
apparently there was one of the women who went to the church that he had a very strong feelings towards, and
This is the
that
one
got
he
him
cut
into
his
some
ear
trouble.
off for.
So he was a fan of farmers, just not ears.
Oh, that scene in Mad Men makes so much more sense now.
What happened in Mad Men?
Oh, that guy cut his nipple off
Ooh,
in the later
Okay.
seasons. He was one of the creatives.
Ouch.
wow.
He was in it in like 2 or 3 of the later seasons. He was one of the junior creatives working under Peggy, and he like it was the late 60s. Maybe it was the drugs, maybe it was an undiagnosed mental health thing. But whatever it was, he literally went crazy. It was a gross scene. It was literally grotesque.
It's Peggy's
And
fault.
It's all Peggy's fault.
Hey.
I'll be right back. I gotta just throw my laundry in the dryer.
Oh, no problem. No problem.
All right.
That's euphemism for something.
Indeed.
Oh, welcome everybody here. Grant, how you doing over there?
Yeah, doing good, man. Doing good. I had a bit of a nap and said to the wife, I said, "Oh, I might jump on and to Jinja's stream and everything." And she come and woke me up and she said, "Oh yeah, he's on now, so you better jump on." So yeah.
Oh man, I appreciate it. I know how like it's streaming so late at night. You have to have those. For me, I have to have that afternoon, just a little bit of a kip. Otherwise, I'm just dead at night. But I guess I don't know. For some of us, working during the daytime, working during the nighttime, I find that I'm so much more productive at night. Distractions are gone and all the lights are on. I don't know. But I appreciate you jumping on here and.
Oh, good man. How'd you pull up after your birthday celebrations?
Oh yeah, we had a big one last night. Karaoke, lots of alcohol.
Wait,
and
karaoke in Japan? Whoa!
I know. Go
Who would
figure.
have thought?
No way.
Oh hey, what's up, Rydus? How you doing there? Welcome. And Ryan Roger Athy. I'm gonna get names wrong. I apologize. But no, yeah. So, but I knew today was kind of got to be. I've really got to get the ball rolling on the comic. So I was like, I don't want to waste the whole Sunday. So I drank the stuff that I knew I wasn't going to have a bad hangover for, if you know what I mean. So for me, if it's like whiskey, wine, and beer, I'm fine. Anything else other than that, outside of that, kind of messes with me a bit. So,
yeah. See, my issue's never been the type of it; it's the quantity. That's the problem that gets me.
But
oh yeah.
You don't drink, do you, Grant? Am I getting that wrong?
Yeah, I've been known to.
Okay. Oh man, it's hot as hell in here. Got the AC blasting, but for some reason, I think I'm just nervous with all these amazing people on the panel here. I don't know what to do.
Well, I mean, you're just holding a heater in your hand, so that's probably why you're.
Oh, that's true. That makes sense. What am I doing? All right. Oh, actually, I already see the picture. There it is. These ink blot tests. So yeah.
Where's Rorschach when you need him?
Exactly.
I see it.
Yeah.
It's my mother's disappointment. Yes, I see that.
I see that in every picture.
Kathleen Kennedy ruining another one of my favorite franchises.
Oh, she's good at doing that. She's been quiet as of late.
I heard from Doomcock that she wants to remake Star Wars and have Leia be the lead.
Did they already do that? in the sequels? Yeah, well, I don't know, man.
Yeah, we've all seen Obi-Wan.
Yeah, Obi-Wan. Oh my god, I didn't. Luckily,
the original showrunner who was supposed to be the director from the third episode of the first season of The Mandalorian. She actually left due to creative differences with Kennedy because she wanted Luke to be the one that Obi-Wan's protecting, but Kennedy kept saying, "No, make it Leia."
Yeah, Luke just makes too much sense.
You can't have Luke when the Force is female. It doesn't work.
Oh shit!
It's like a revolving door of directors over there.
I don't know. It just seems like it just seems. I don't know. It just doesn't seem like it has any life to it anymore. It's just try to put out as much as you can and not really. I don't know.
That's what it is. It's content farming. Like when you have Boba Fett and you have a third of the series dedicated to a completely different character.
Yeah.
When they they do it so it's that you don't have enough time to get sick of it. Because
Right,
if you know
right.
if you don't like the series after 4 or 5 episodes, you're not going to watch it. But if they
Right.
only do 6 episodes a series or a season, you're essentially going to watch the entire thing.
Right.
So then they can just keep pumping it out, rinse and repeating the same storylines and
Yep.
talking points.
Yeah. No, it's I don't know if you guys not to change the subject, but have you guys seen Bullet Train yet?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, I've seen a bit of
No,
it.
not
It's really
yet.
good.
No, I've heard it's good though. Everyone who's
Yeah.
seen it's recommended it.
Yeah.
It's got that feeling of like of oh shoot, the Brad Pitt movie where he played the Irish guy.
The Devil's Advocate or
No.
Snatch?
No.
Snatch.
Snatch.
Okay.
It's got that Snatch feeling to it.
Really?
Like really snappy dialogue, some extreme violence. It got the. It's just like a whole bunch of different kind of characters on a bullet train in Japan. I didn't know it was going to be set in Japan, so I was kind of like taken off guard whenever it was like, oh, bullet. What makes sense though? Bullet train, Japan.
Yeah,
But yeah.
I was kind of hoping it was going to be like a Train to Busan sort of like sequel or something. You know, like Crazy Zombies or something. I thought that would be cool.
Well, this
Actually-
one's just yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
Actually, they already made a sequel to Train to Busan. It's on Shudder right now.
I mean another one.
No.
I haven't seen Train to Busan yet.
It's good. Kind of like
Dude,
World War
it's-
Z.
Yeah, it's phenomenal. Like every
Really?
character has their own. Every character has their own believable story arc with it.
Yeah.
There's no expendable characters just for the sake of it. And yeah, it's just a genuinely enjoyable thriller. The way I look at it. Yeah.
I would compare it to like Night of the Living Dead on train tracks.
On steroids.
On an ice skate. Oh, sorry. There we go. Stop that hair dryer sound. Yeah. Oh. No, but I just started watching it, and it was so far so good. Like great dialogue, really interesting characters. I like the color palette too. That's something I really liked. It just seems like it comes straight out of some kind of like comic or a manga or something like that. Oh, somebody's got a phone call. Welcome back,
Hello.
Eric.
Hello.
How you doing there?
I'm well. How are you?
Yeah, that
Doing
was my
fine.
alarm.
What I miss?
Well,
A bit of blue
It's crazy.
paint talking about bullet trains, just the usual. Trains. I know
Ooh.
you like trains. Yeah,
I
so
love trains, to be honest. Yeah, I do.
it's funny. One of the guys in Bullet Train, he's like, he has he's an assassin, but a hitman assassin, but he's got like a thing of stickers of all of the trains from Thomas the Engine.
Thomas the Tank Engine.
Yeah, Thomas the Tank Engine. So he's got like all of the characters, these stickers, and everybody he talks to, he like starts making comparisons of one of the engines to them. And like his partner's like, if you do that again, I'm gonna fucking kill you.
typical Gordon. Ugh.
Typical. No, basically that's how he talks to. That's one of the ways I introduce myself over here in Japan a lot, because everybody knows, you know, like all of the little kids, they know all of the you know, I know how to say it in Japanese. Kikansha.
Hmm.
Kikansha is the local
Bless you.
the train.
The local bullet train.
Well, no, the like for the James and Gordon and all them.
Mhm.
No.
Yeah, so you say Kikansha in Japanese. And so my first name is James. So I was like, James Kikansha. And my middle name is Thomas. So Thomas Kikansha. And then my last name is Harris. And I was like, my last one doesn't really work. But yeah.
And your nickname's a Fat Controller, so it just works all around.
It's a win-win.
I remember the Fat Controller. Fantastic.
Yeah.
To this day, Sonny Bono's best role ever.
In the UK, it was Ringo Starr was narrating it.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, it was. Yeah, originally, yeah.
What did Ringo do? He showed his feet. like a picture of his feet, Ringo.
He was also a part of this very small band during the 60s. I don't know if you heard of them. The Beatles, I think they're called.
The
Atleys?
Yeah.
The Rootles.
the roots.
So, Purple, what have you been doing as of late? I don't know if can you hear us there? You still there?
Oh, yes, sorry, love. I was just
Oh, no,
listening to you
you're
guys
fine.
chat.
You're completely fine. I know
I-
Mr. Greg Gregory's voice is very it's very
It's very
intoxicating like that. Yeah.
Okay, I get it. I'll shut up. Jeez.
nighttime radio DJ at night. Hi there, I'm Grant Gregory, and I'll be putting you to sleep, puppy.
It's like X-Ray Girl when she's sick.
Oh.
That's my plan. I always try and sound like a female Canadian.
Actually, you sound kind of like Nicole Kidman to me. It's kind of hot.
Oh shit.
Oh, behave.
I thought you were an Aussie, not a limey.
I could be both.
What were you asking? Sorry, my love.
I don't know. I can't remember. No, I was just going to say, what have you been up to on your channel and things lately? I know. Well, you went to the States. That's right. For the which one was it?
Yes, yeah, that was back in June. Got to meet up with a lot of cool people. Went to a convention in Dallas. It was a lot of fun.
Was that the Fan Expo
Took a
Dallas?
picture with a few puppets.
Yes,
from memory,
yes,
yeah.
indeed, yes, indeed.
Freddie the Yeti tried to eat my head at the Boston Fan Expo. It was a puppet monster. Try to eat my head. It was fun. Yeah, I got the Fan Expo in Boston, and that one was fun.
It's so good to meet up with people in real life, isn't it?
Yeah, it really
Makes
is.
such a difference. Yeah.
I was very impressed with just everyone, and I mean, Thomas Gilkey, the Gilkinator. I mean, he put together Saturday Night Supper. There was like 16 of us at the barbecue place. And if you know your Douglas Adams Hitchhiker trilogy, you know there's something called bistro math, and that there's that large parties never show up when they're supposed to, and they're always plus or minus guests. They're never quite the number that you called for. So there's always a stress involved, and then there's doing the bill at the end. And but Thomas pulled that together, and I just wanted to say thank you from him. Like, you know, I mean, it was a great night. 16 of us at one big table, and everyone's just shooting the shit, and we all shared con together. And wow, we're gonna do
some con crud as well.
It sounds like I'm the only one that caught the con crud. It does exist. It is out there, and it was not COVID, and it was not the flu. It was just something else, and I was washing my hands all day, just like Culture Casino tells me to. Well, I'm a chef, so I wash my hands all day anyway. But yeah.
And the thing that people don't understand about Gilkey, he's way taller than he appears on his Twitter feed.
Mm-hmm.
I thought he was a little fella until I saw him with everyone. I went, "Oh wow, you're way bigger than I thought."
Yeah, Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers he's a beanstalk.
Yeah, dude, he has legs. You wouldn't know by any of his videos. Yeah.
Yeah.
Surprising.
Yeah, all of them do. It's crazy.
Yeah, Jay's pretty drunk. 3PO is pretty tall. Yeah, we got to meet the Canadian Bear. That was nice. I got to meet Cecil. That warmed my fucking heart, man. I love that guy. And he was like, "I got your message on YouTube. Yeah, I came." I'm like, "Dude, you did."
He just seems like he's just a chilled out, cool guy.
Yeah,
I got to talk to him for a few minutes about my comic book haul, and he's a
I think
comic book nut.
we're gonna lose someone on the stream, buddy. So.
Oh, sorry. I'm just here drawn and not paying attention to anything. Oh,
it is bedtime for you, Gray.
Great. Yeah, thank you for stopping by, bud. I really appreciate it, man.
No, it's great to finally get on with you properly.
Yeah,
James.
Yeah.
It's cool, and
we'll
hope to do this again.
One.
We're putting together a Dune 84 show. So if you like your Dune out there, chime in. I mean,
let me throw your channel in the chat there real quick, Greg.
Oh, no, don't worry about it. Seriously.
Oh, come on,
come in. Everyone, subscribe to Wakazashi's Tea House. He reads new comic books. He talks about new comic books, really positive content, and tune in. And also, you're not done with your Blade Runner series yet, are you?
I know part 3 is coming soon. Eric. Yeah, looking forward to doing that.
And you're coming close to 800 subscribers as well there. Look at that.
Let's get them over
I'm
1,000.
close,
Everyone, get together.
Yeah.
So
There we
close.
go. Wakizashi, I'm going to throw out a couple of people's here.
Wakizashi's
Oh,
I love
But
that.
guys,
I love that opening.
Great to be on with you all, and it's great to meet in the stream for the first time Mr. Grant Gregory and Bandit to Bane. It's great to see you.
hey, I got acknowledged by someone.
You are.
I know, mate. It's hard to get a word in, isn't it? It's just like sitting here quietly, but I'm just tired out. But yeah, great to be on here. I'm going to head off to bed and back to work tomorrow. So have a good stream and catch you soon.
All right,
care,
man.
guys.
Good luck over there.
Slancha.
Madane.
Madane.
Speaking of
My mouse
Slancha,
is frozen.
for Grant Gregory, a new pot of coffee.
Yeah.
How many is that? Is that like your 87th or 86th?
It's just number 2. Honduran Pacavita Organic. Wonderful.
you.
Medium roast. Exactly. Cheers.
My
Slancha.
mouse has stopped working. Oh well, I'll have to figure that out later.
Kick it.
If you guys wouldn't mind, I don't know if you want to throw out purple Valkyries. My mouse has stopped working. I have to change the batteries to it. But if you want to throw out purples or anybody's links out there in the chat, please check out all of their pages or their channels.
Yeah.
Wonderful people. Everybody's good. I think Grant, you've got. Grant, I checked out your short with Gary. That I don't see why that would get downvoted at all. That's a really amazing short right there.
I 64 downvotes on it, but
That's fine.
But the good people of Twitter got it back to where we're almost at even. We're almost at parity. So
That's fine. I mean, I get downvotes on my bunny videos, and I'm like, who the hell is downvoting bunnies, for fuck's sake? They're eating their breakfast.
No, well, they're eating vegan food when they do that. You just can't handle that.
It's the vegans, and they're competing for resources.
Maybe it's that vegan teacher.
Yeah.
I don't pay any attention to libs of TikTok. I respect it, but I don't want that shit in my timeline. I don't want to look at it, man.
Oh well, you're in luck. They got banned again.
Oh, man.
Yes, they did. Yes.
Apparently posting something from someone who works at the White House and then showing that they're a hypocrite doesn't work well with Twitter for some reason.
It's just the winds of change. You know what I mean? They blow, huh?
Mm.
Just like Hunter Biden.
Hey, there we go.
Bandito Bane, where are you geographically, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm located in the North Bay area.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I'm in the same area of the team that beat your team in the NBA Finals.
That was actually a really good series.
Yeah, it was.
That was. Oh, I'm not a real big basketball fan, but growing up in Boston, you are tuned into everything, and that was apparently we had a really good Celtics team this year, and your Warriors were consistent, and you have a dynasty, and hats off to you. Seriously, congrats.
Yeah, a lot of people didn't think we would. A lot of people didn't think that we would be able to win it this year because let's see, Klay Thompson just came back from injury, and he would and there were a lot of rookies on the bench, and they thought that we needed Kevin Durant for it, but we were able to pull it off.
And don't worry, we're talking about cricket and Australian rules football right after these messages.
Oh, cool. Thank God. I was worried you were going to start talking about Stephen Curry and how he finally wins a championship or something like that.
He deserved one.
No,
he did.
Good for you. You
Hell
can
of
have
Warriors.
one too. Go on, good fella.
Exactly.
You get one.
Exactly.
Actually, he has 4 championships.
Yeah, that's good for him.
Three and a half.
When he grows up, he can be the Tom Brady of basketball.
I mean, in all honesty, I prefer him to be the Kobe Bryant of basketball, but not career-wise. Just
Too soon. Too soon.
Oh, that's a good.
Hey, the best thing Stephen Curry has going for him is he's not LeBron James, so he's already a winner.
Yeah, I know James doesn't like Steph Curry because he
No.
changed the game.
I was just about to say that. Like, I can't stand all this 3-point shooting all the time. Like, I used to be a huge sports fanatic. I was on all the fantasy leagues. I did. I mean, I've played sports ever since I was a little kid. You know, like basketball and baseball were my like.
I meant to ask you,
there.
James. Are you tuned into Japanese baseball?
No,
you don't have a team or.
No, the main the SoftBank Hawks, yeah, because they're Fukuoka, which is down in Kyushu, our area, and they're really, really good. They've won within the last 10 years, I think they've won 6 times.
They've won all of them.
Wow.
Yeah, basically. But here, Yomiuri Giants are like the New York Yankees, and so
everyone hates them.
Well, everyone hates them, but they've got fans all over the country. You know what I mean? Like. So you could go to California, you'll find New York Yankees fans there. You go down, all over the place, find New York. It's like that with here, because Yomiuri Giants were the only televised team back in the day, or on the radio.
They were the only ones that had any money behind them.
Yeah.
You have a team that have professional players versing guys who are bakers.
Right.
Like it was
exactly.
Oh, another double-digit win for them. It's like, really?
Exactly.
That's unexpected.
But no, one of the most difficult, one of the biggest reasons it's really difficult for me to watch Japanese baseball is the commentation, the commentators. It's the most boring commentating you will ever hear. It's basically one guy explaining everything to another guy who just reacts to everything that he says. So it's like, oh yeah, this guy this guy's on a roll. He's been hitting 330 as of late, and the other guy's like, oh yes, oh yes, oh yes, oh
very
yes, you're correct.
honorable.
It's like, yeah,
oh my goodness.
Oh, honorable Mr. Man that knows more than me. It's just it'll put you to sleep listening to it. There's no
if he
real
hits the ball
personality.
and it goes, if he hits the ball and it goes over the fence on the full, that's a home run. Oh, very good.
It's just kind of like that, and I'll sit down and try to, because for me, I can listen to a baseball game. I don't have to watch it, and I love music baseball, and I used to just watch or listen to a baseball game on the background all the time, and I try to do that with Japanese baseball. Just the commentating killed it. Yeah.
Yeah, see,
that and the fans. There's a constant because they got their musicians out there in the stands,
Oh,
and they're all really horrible musicians. They've all got elementary school ability with a trumpet. So it sounds like a dying goose, and so it's like that the whole game.
Well, I mean, it might be a dying goose. It's a delicacy, so.
I thought
it might just be sounds from the kitchen.
I thought the drunk guy at the Giants game was so annoying.
Purple, thank you for coming on. Sorry for the sports talk.
Oh no, I'm so sorry, guys. I'm still listening to you, but I've got a paintbrush in my hand.
Gotcha. I completely hear you. Don't worry, no problem at all. But thank you so much for stopping by. It was great.
Yeah, so do I.
Being on stream with
everyone.
And Valkyrie, if you can, do an art stream too. I mean, gosh, we'd love to see you working on something.
Yeah, I'd love to join you guys for an art stream. That would be amazing. Thank you. Yeah, The only thing I'm painting today is a door frame, but
believe me, there are people who would you would quite
literally be watching paint dry.
Watch that.
Watching the paint dry.
What you do is you show everyone doing it. You don't say a word, and then you just label door painting, and then you go -ASMR, and you'll get thousands of views.
That is actually a brilliant idea. I think I might have to steal that.
There we go.
Wait a second. What does ASMR stand for?
Autonomic sensory meridian response. It's basically sounds that make your body have a physical reaction.
Okay.
So also known as the tingles. So
There we go.
When you
All
hear,
right.
yeah, when you hear something that's nice, you'll get a tingle in the back of the head or in the spine, or the most common one is like when someone puts their fingers on a chalk and you get an actual
Oh, yeah.
shiver down your back. It's the same
gotcha.
sort of thing, but the opposite spectrum of a more pleasant one.
I got you. All right. Okay. There we go.
Just before I jump off, do you mind if I sing you happy birthday before I go?
Oh, of course. I can't do anything with my mouse here. Like my mouse is dead, so I want to blow you up full screen
Wait,
there.
We've all
why were
been
you
there, brother.
You weren't going to mute her, were you? Come on.
No, I was going to increase the volume.
You probably should, to be fair. That would be probably the better reaction.
I would love that. I would love that, Purple.
All right. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear James. Happy birthday to you.
Woo! Whoa! I don't know what to say. I'm speechless. Grant, could you speak for me? He always knows what to say better than I do.
Yeah, it's
Make
not
a
my
wish.
birthday, but can we just pretend for a minute that it is?
Oh, thank you so much, Purple. That's so special. I hope
You're
that
welcome, my love.
I hope that one day we get to meet up, whether it's in the UK, because I've gone over to England several times. I've got friends over there, or if in the States or in Japan. I have to thank you in person. Thank you so much.
I would love to meet up with you and everybody else on this
Oh,
panel.
yeah.
You guys
Yeah.
are fantastic.
To make it happen.
I'll go on. God.
I mean it. You guys are amazing. We really are part of a very special community.
It's good, isn't it? It's really
It
nice.
is.
It's just
Yeah.
It is.
quality, genuine people out there. Really good.
You
And
know what? I
enjoying
think you're
it.
right. We are awesome, aren't we? Yes. I think we don't say that
Yes.
enough.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are indeed. All
Just
right,
a
guys. I am going to pop off, but I will still be in the chat listening to you guys. So
Got it.
thank
Okay.
you. Thank you
Okay.
so
Thank you
much for
again.
having me.
Thank
you
Really
again.
appreciate
My
it.
love.
Much love
Everybody-
to you guys as well.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Take
And
care.
everybody check out Purple's channel. If somebody, I'm gonna get some batteries for this mouse
Yeah,
here.
yeah.
Yeah. Hold on one second. I can't mute
Whoop.
myself either.
Cool. Awesome. How's the weather down at Dan Enda?
I'm not too sure. It's nighttime, so it's dark. The weather's very dark at the moment. So, I mean, I'm inside with a heater on, so it's cold.
Okay.
That's all I know.
It's still winter for you. That's right.
Yeah.
And you're going to spring?
Yeah. Actually, was it September yet? I don't remember. What's fucking?
Yeah, it's into August.
Yeah. So I've got 2 more days until it's spring. So
Nice.
you going to you going to
Right.
Orlando?
I am not. I can't swing it. It's not. I would love to go. Meet everyone.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, that would be fun.
I
But
would actually love to go to Orlando for Halloween Horror Fest.
I'm sorry. Say that again.
Halloween Horror Fest.
Horror fest.
Horror. Sorry.
oh,
No,
you said horror.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, I'm on board.
Yeah, I was like, hello, Horror Fest. I'm like, shit, why am I? Well, let's go.
I support the sex trade. Yeah, why not?
Just
Legalize
sitting
it
on
and
a
tax
gold
it.
mine, Trebek.
Legalize the sex trade, tax it, make sure that there are health standards, and unionize the workers.
Well,
Bring
that's what
it.
we have over here. So
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
yeah, there's
There you
nothing
go,
as
that's
illegal
better.
prostitution here. It's all you have brothels and yeah.
That's good. I mean, it's civilized.
Yeah, well, depending on where you go, but yeah.
Well, in
I mean,
theory.
allegedly, I wouldn't know. I've never been in of them, and I don't care what anyone in King Street says. They're all liars. So yeah.
I was never down Washington Street after dark, and you can't prove it.
It's Mark.
Dude, my cousin
Batteries
Maki
for mouse, yes.
wanted to bring me down Washington Street, like in Chinatown, and you don't want to go down there after sunset. Not unless
That-
you know.
See, one of my students. Hey, what's up, JT? No problem, man. Thank you. Good to see you here. Yep. One of my students she's a high school student. She's in her last year here, and she's just completely set on studying abroad. And she's like got her mindset, like her eyes set on the States.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was trying to give her. It's so difficult. She wants to go to, she doesn't want to go to. She wants to go to a community college in the
Mm-hmm.
States. It's like, where do you recommend? I'm like, I have. It's
Bunker Hill
just
Community College, right here in Charlestown.
really
Yeah, well, yeah, actually, it's pretty big. Bunker
okay.
Hill, and it's pretty inexpensive. But
Okay.
Boston itself is pretty. It's getting a little pricey to live in Boston.
That's what I told her. Yeah, but
Yeah.
her she said her family would completely support her,
Oh.
no matter where she went, no matter how expensive it was, just as long as it was in a safe area.
Mhm.
And then we were looking at places to avoid, like in the Boston area, and it said like Chinatown.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
it's like don't go there at night.
Right. I mean, because it's adjacent. Unfortunately, Chinatown was adjacent to the. There was a red light district in Boston for a good 30 years. We called
Right.
it the combat zone, and
Mhm.
it's legendary. And that's where the strip joints were, and the adult cinemas were, and where you would get girly magazines.
Okay.
Yeah, and it was condensed to about 2 blocks on, in a radius on Lower Washington Street, right before Chinatown.
Okay.
So
Okay.
if you wanted to get great Chinese food, you would literally have to put up with the hookers and junkies and that kind of culture too.
I guess you get like maybe a special deal with the with your Chinese food.
Oh man, yeah. Well, actually, last call in Boston was 2 a.m. for a very long time, and the only place to get drinks after hours would be in Chinatown. You would ask for cold tea, and they would serve you beer in a teapot.
Man, that's what we had to do here in the during they didn't lock down Japan, but what they
Mhm.
did was they basically made it a lockdown because all of the restaurants had to close by 9 o'clock. No, they had to no, the restaurants were closed down, but they had they would leave open bars, but bars couldn't serve alcohol after 9 o'clock.
It
was really weird.
Is it true that you had a bunch of speakeasy, but it was purely simply just for karaoke?
What was that?
A karaoke speakeasy.
You had karaoke speakeasies. Is that true?
What does that mean?
Well, like
Places-
back in the day of Prohibition, where they'd have these underground bars where people could go and drink to get away from the authorities. I heard
no,
that was
basically,
very
yeah.
It was-
So, my
'cause
friend, he knew a couple of
I heard
places.
that was quite common with karaoke bars.
Well, okay, here's another thing that this is a crazy. I don't know if you ever heard me tell you this story, but they made karaoke illegal in Fukuoka, and you
that's-
were not allowed to sing.
Yep.
So
Wow.
Because you'd be
Yeah.
spreading it through the mouth. Yeah,
Exactly.
that's what I'm saying. Like that.
Exactly. Yeah. So you would have to go to no. There were literally places where
Yeah, I'm normally
they would,
sarcastic, but that was an actual serious question because I heard that.
No, there literally was. There was one of the places that my friend took me to was like one of the only places in the city where we had to be really quiet. We weren't allowed to sing through a microphone. No, we weren't allowed to sing at all. But they would play the music, and then they're like, well, we were like, well, can't we just? Can we do karaoke? Can we choose the songs? He's like, oh yeah. And I was like, well, can't we just sing to it without a microphone? He's like, I guess you can, but just be quiet
No.
because some of the neighbors might call like the cops on us or something.
Oh.
And it was ridiculous. So we had my friend and I, we were well into our cups by then. So you would go to the restaurant and you had to do your order, but you couldn't order alcohol. So you would say, can I have a water with ice? And that basically meant that you could get like their form of they have a thing called shochu here.
Mhm.
Shochu is
Bless
made
you.
from potatoes.
Oh.
It's their liquor that's made from potatoes down here in Kyushu, and it's clear, so it looks like water. So you would get a glass with ice and that in it, and that stuff tears me apart. It doesn't go well with my body, but that's the only kind of alcohol that you could get. But if you use that, can I get a water with lots of ice kind of thing? And so after that, we would go to the karaoke place, which was secret, and then they're like, well, you can't sing into a microphone, but I was like, well,
shit.
if we just sing it a cappella, is that okay? They're like, I guess so. And we were drunk off our ass by then. And he's like, you guys could only do one song. So we're like, what are we
Sounds
gonna
like
do?
Chicago. Jeez.
Yeah. So we
you're
chose
like, shit,
9 Inch
okay.
Nails Closer.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Good thing there's a language barrier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I usually do Fat Bottom Girls by Queen, and I get every
that's a
girl
classic.
singing
Yeah.
along with me because every girl thinks that they have a fat bottom, and so they like that song.
Yeah.
This
Back
is
to
true.
what you were saying, James.
Yeah.
I would hate to be the designated driver. He's like, no, I'm just gonna have a drink of water with ice, and then by the end of the night, you're arrested for a DUI. It's like, dude, I literally just had a drink with. I just thought I had water with ice. Like, yeah, you did.
No, you didn't. Oh man. Well, there's a great system over here. I don't know if you guys ever heard of it. It's called Daiko system.
Uh-huh.
And basically, what you do is you go out in the town with your car, and then you get a person. There are 2 people. It's like a taxi service, but there are 2 taxi drivers. One person drives their car, and the other person drives your car back to your place. And then they both hop back into the taxi and take that home. It's called the Daiko system here. So you don't.
That's interesting.
Yeah. And it's funny, like designated driver, they call it handle keeper, the handle keeper, because they call the steering wheel, they call it a handle, and they call it the handle keeper.
Is
So
that
yeah.
I've heard like it's God, I'm gonna butcher this.
Yeah, go for it.
It's called I've heard someone say it's like Uten Daiko Gyo or something like that. It's
Uten
Daiko.
Daiko. Yeah, that's the Daiko
Yeah,
thing.
okay.
That's the Daiko
Yeah,
system.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, cool, yeah.
Yeah, you didn't butcher too bad.
Yeah.
I've been
No,
here for 20 years.
I knew I butchered it, but it was just the degree.
All right. I haven't been working. I'm working on this picture, so I don't know if you guys can see or not. But there's Gandalf up there.
Gandalf the gay, yeah.
He's got monkey
The non-binary cock rings of power.
Ooh.
Talk
about your binding spells. Yay.
So I'm going to read a quick description. I'm going to do something that Amazon didn't do, and I'm going to read a description of the character according to Tolkien, because obviously they don't know how to do that.
Yeah, dude, but what does he know? What has he done lately anyway?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
It says Gandalf was shorter in stature than the other 2, but his long white hair, his sweeping silver beard, and his broad shoulders made him look like some wise king of ancient legend. In his aged face under great snowy brows, his eyes were set like coals that could suddenly burst into fire. Is on Tolkien Gateway. Not Gateway, Gateway.
Wait, so his eyes were like coal, did you say?
Yeah.
Huh. I did a parody video of the Rings of Power, and I actually made the person who I think they're turning into Gandalf, which is the homeless-looking wizard guy.
Gary.
I made him look. He actually, you know what? I might just share that picture real quick. Give me a second.
Oh, go for it, man. Oh, yeah, I'll throw it up here on screen now that my mouse works.
Yay.
Oh shit.
Uh-oh.
All right, that's fine. Oh, is this cool, man? Greg?
Sorry, are you gonna find where I put the
Okay, yeah, I didn't want to reveal your video yet.
Where it is. Oh, here we go. All
okay,
right.
I'll add it.
There we go. You can bring it up on screen
sorry
now.
about that.
I don't know if it'll play it when it's on there. I did, the bastard.
Oh, wait a
Right,
second.
give me a second.
How do I
share
audio? Do you want me to share the audio on this?
Yeah, give me a quick. Yeah, I've done it.
Oh, I can't unmute because you've chosen to mute yourself.
There we go.
Those are coals, man.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
So I'll play a little bit of the beginning of it. So.
Let me.
My brother gave his life hunting the enemy. His task is now mine.
Speak your truth.
Speak your truth.
Stand with me. Ours was no chance meeting.
Search your mind.
Not fate,
It's written in gold.
nor destiny. Ours was the work of something greater.
Don't think
It's a very
Ah.
handsome wizard type thing. So
Oh yeah.
but yeah, that's actually I've got a little bit edit, but yeah, that'll be coming out tomorrow. So that's a sneak preview.
Nice. Have you got it basically done, or just a little bit more to go?
Yeah, I probably got another 20% more to go. So yeah. But yeah, no, it's been a lot of fun getting back into doing edits. I'm calling it the same but different edits. So
Now, what was I going to ask you? Did that part where you showed the dwarf? What's his name? The dwarf.
I
I
don't
can't
know.
remember names. Yeah,
I don't know. I don't even care anymore.
like you saw, like you had him turning around and going back and forth. Did you get that from like Drunk 3PO?
no, I just because he turns
Okay.
around, he looks at the camera, and then he looks at. It's just like you can see he's like he doesn't know what he's doing. He turns around, he's like, "Do I turn around now?" Because he looks
Yeah.
at the camera, then he looks off screen. I'm like,
Yeah.
is he looking at the director to point to do? So I just
Yeah.
got him doing it 3 or 4 times because he looks like someone who likes to get told what to do, especially with all the other footage that we've seen of him.
Yeah. Oh man, that one. Oh, dude, like they're basically making out on screen, and they're talking about there's so much like sexual innuendo with their conversation. It's just it's not Tolkien at all. It's just
I have a joke for this, but it's
Go
gonna
for
get
it.
me in trouble.
Yeah, it doesn't bother me.
It's J.R.R. Tolkien.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
There we go. Jeez.
Did you get that from South Park?
I don't know, but I could have.
They did something along those lines.
I'm like Tolkien. I love Tolkien. I'm with Tolkien. I'm out. That's it. That 22 minutes of the fellowship of that episode is probably finer Lord of the Rings and closer to what you're looking for than this entire series. It's a great episode.
I don't know.
It
didn't have a
has
black
all the
elf.
story beats. I don't know.
Well, actually, no, they did. The weird thing is when they were doing the superhero episode, like in season 12, when they were dressing up as Lord of the Rings character.
Yeah, where are you? Harry Potter.
Tolkien. I'm even calling him Tolkien now. Tolkien actually dressed up as an elf, so he technically was the first elf.
Oh, he was, wasn't he?
Yeah. And it didn't matter about that we see each other. We see ourselves in the characters to begin with.
Yeah. I can't fly, and I don't have like laser eyes, and I can't fly so fast I could spin the earth around, but I could still identify with Superman,
Dude, Eric is right. Like from the moment that I've been a young man, I've constantly seen myself in Scarlett Johansson, like all the time.
A lot, man.
Yeah.
I see her a lot in my dreams, but I'm not gonna get to those.
No. I in my dreams, I'm throwing her off a cliff. It's very enjoyable.
I just think with the disrespect they showed with the Wheel of Time.
Yeah.
I don't think they will do any. They will treat Tolkien with any respect at all.
Oh,
well, they haven't.
The Wheel of Time was fun. They condensed 30 years of books into 2 episodes. What could go wrong with that? And then changed the whole story.
And people give Dune 84 a hard time.
Yeah, I know, man.
Dude, it is a fucking masterpiece in comparison. Like I can remember having an argument with one of my friends when they were talking about the MCU, and they were like, Iron Man 3 is the worst thing that's ever happened. This whole franchise is done. I'm just like, man, I wish we had more Iron Man 3. Like,
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, in hindsight, that Shane Black movie is, just making the same movie over and over again. Kid, Christmas, trauma issues, and it's Shane Black's got one movie.
You want to know what the worst thing about it was? As soon as you went Shane Black, I'm like, dude, why are you talking about Predators for? And I'm like, oh no, he did Iron Man 3. That's right, I forgot.
Yeah,
I was.
And The Long Kiss Goodbye.
Yeah.
I mean, Drinker just did one on that, and he's right.
Dude,
that is a good Shane Black movie. That's a good movie.
Yeah, I mean, this is the cool thing about Shane Black. He's the only person to be killed by a predator and then come back to life as a director and then kill the Predator as a franchise. Like,
right. That's a milestone right there.
I like that. That's a good
I
one.
mean, Bill and he was killed by an alien, a Terminator, and a Predator. That was the
He
big
was. He
trifecta.
did the
But
trifecta.
yeah.
Wow. That's great. I miss Bill Paxton.
Yeah, he was a good one.
Yeah, so does his family.
I know. And his agent. Come on, level with me. His agent misses him the most.
No. Him and his agent, they had a massive falling out.
Oh.
Really?
Yeah, oh yeah. That was the reason why he wasn't in any more of Agents of Shield. He actually had a much bigger part.
Really?
Yeah, he was a bad guy in the first season.
Oh.
Yeah, no, he was awesome in that.
He made Big Love watchable. You know what I mean? If you
That's
watch that
true, yeah.
HBO show.
Yeah.
Well, I guess that's why they killed him off in like the closing minutes of the first season.
Out of nowhere. Yeah.
Yeah.
I avoided Agents of Shield. Is that a good call?
First few seasons, yeah, but
no. Agents of Shield. This is the thing about Agents of Shield in the MCU early on. If you watched one, it would spoil the other because they were a part of the same universe. So Captain America, Hydra being a part of the thing, didn't matter which one that you watched. Whatever you watch first spoils the other one. But then all of a sudden they went, oh, people were getting stuff spoiled. Okay, this has nothing to do with each other. It's not connected. Sure, we've had Lady Sith and Coulson and all that, but multiverse? No, we can't do that yet. It's not Phase 4, so
alternate future.
Alternate future.
Yeah, that's what was confusing me because I was hearing reports of like, oh yeah, it is connected, and I was hearing reports like, no, it's not connected.
Okay,
so I was like, what's the point of me watching it then? I just didn't understand.
Yeah, I would have been into seeing like Deathlock. That guy was on Buffy and Angel. He was an Angel.
Dude, yeah.
He's great. It's August Richards.
Yeah,
I like him a lot, and so I would have tuned in for him and Ming-Wan Nen, and just because it appeared to have some decent talent, and I really like Coulson too as a character. I was interested in how did they bring him back. Well, it's Shield, life model decoys and shit.
No, that's yes, but that's season 6 because he actually gets killed off again. He because he becomes the Ghost Rider, and it kills him. But the whole thing of it is there was the Tahiti project. It was designed to if an Avenger died, they could or was close to death, they would be able to bring him back. And he's like, "You were supposed to save that for an Avenger," and he said that's Nick Fury. And Nick's like, "Yeah, we did."
Oh,
and it's like you were an Avenger. You're the reason why everyone, because that's why it makes sense when, it's like, why was his blood all over Captain America's cards when they were in his thing? It was he brought them together, but they didn't do anything with it because they had no rights to the movies or anything. So it was just like there was something there, and they couldn't match it.
There must be a lot of balls in the air too. No pun, but it's like you're juggling a movie franchise. You're juggling a TV continuity. I mean, it seems like the more and more we get into the whole committee mind, the less and less we drift away from what we now define as a show runner. I mean, you can't have a
committee or creative. That's your choice. That's there's no mixture. You either create a show due to creativity or you create a show due to committee. There's you can't mix the two.
Whedon had a singular vision, and he was able to execute that. David Chase had a singular vision. He was able to execute that. David Simon in the Wire and everything else he does.
Any other David's
vision? I know, huh? So I mean, I am not a committee. Like just.
Yeah, it just seems like it's all gotten it's too.
Well, dude, they did thing with the Netflix series. It wasn't no on that. This is an alternate reality. Yet they talked about quote unquote the incident where the big green guy was in New York, and and now it's apparently part of canon.
This is what was supposed to happen. Netflix was going to do like their own Marvel series where they would get their own They're like the Marvel Knights series.
Correct. I remember
And-
like getting like really happy, and during Daredevil season 3, and Ned Leeds had that the was it Ned Leeds, or it was so it had the Battle of New York as the front page behind them in a frame.
Yeah.
So it's like, if you blink, you missed it.
Yeah, and they wanted to have like the Marvel Knight series, so they had like street level heroes like Luke Cage, Jessica Jones, and Iron Fist.
Well, they were doing
Daredevil.
Heroes for Hire. That was supposed to be the next one. It was supposed to be Iron Fist and Luke Cage. That was supposed to be the next series, but
and they also wanted to do more. They wanted to like get Ghost Rider. They wanted Moon Knight.
what's his spin-off series? But wasn't in the same thing. Cloak and Dagger. That was supposed to be a part of it as well.
Dagger.
And you had Exiles too. Or no, Runaways. You had Runaways.
Yeah, you would. They wanted to
actually
produce.
Runaways was the only one that was actually connected officially to the canon of the series of the movies. Runaways was the only one that was actually a part of the MCU officially.
They actually wanted to do that, so they would drop hints like Jessica Jones would bring up the Raft or the Battle of New York.
Yeah,
they would, Netflix, but Disney ended up getting greedy, and they said, no, we won't give you the rights to use these characters. You only get the rights to the characters you already have. So work with those.
Hey guys, don't mean to interrupt you, but we've got another guest here to the stream. Everybody, welcome. Megan. Whoops! Nice timing. Nice timing.
Oh
yes. I'm an expert at this.
So
comedy, music.
Just out of curiosity, for the next guest, can you get them to jump on just as they're about to sneeze? So we can get the
It's my superhero
I was like,
power.
I have time to take a bite. It's fine. No.
I was just looking at the chat over here. It's like, yeah, I got time for a bit, and then I was waiting for this comment to get for Bandito Bane to finish what he was saying right there. And then as soon as he finished, I was like, okay, I'm going to pop you on. And then as I did that, I saw you. Oh, I was like, oh no, well, it's too late.
Here we go.
It's okay. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
This painting looks amazing.
Yeah, it's coming like slow one today because it's just I don't know. I've had a lot to eat and just kind of worn out still from yesterday, so it's kind of really just chilling out and painting this one. But I think it's starting to take life. Yeah, it's starting to come together here. But
I need to try your. I've loved watching when you just kind of looks like you just like spill the paint on your page, like it's just a splotch, and then something comes out of the splotch, and I'm like, I should try that.
That's what I do. My kindergarten.
We call that the James Splooge.
I don't there you go. It's got a name now. No, but I do this at the I don't want to talk about splooge and kindergartens in the same sentence, but that's what I used to do at the nursery schools I worked at. We would just it was all about just splatters down or just using your imagination and finding images and things like that. So for me, whenever I just want to chill out and not really think about what the composition is going to look like from the get-go, I just throw down some ink and then just kind of search around for the image, and then it appears. So you kind of get like an image in mind, but you don't know exactly how you want it to work. So you kind of just find it in there, and it appears sometimes. But apparently Gandalf has got a blue hat and gray clothes and a white beard. So I'm just trying to. I just read the description of him.
Yeah.
And then because I had somebody do this when I was back in college. That's when Harry Potter came out, and they wanted me to do a monotype print, like working on a printing press, do these monotypes for the Harry Potter character series. So I did these big, long rectangular ones of each character. And I didn't look at anybody else's drawings. I didn't look at any other pictures. I just read the description and then tried to illustrate as best I could with the image that I had in my mind. So that's kind of what I'm doing here. I don't want to refer to Gandalf in the Peter Jackson or even from the animated version or the fake Gandalf from Lord of the Rings, Amazon's thing, or anything like that. So I'm just trying to find something that's original. Yeah. So by doing that, it allows me to do that too, because the form's there.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah.
Yeah. Are you using watercolor?
No, I'm using acrylic with matte medium.
Okay.
So what that does is it allows you to layer your colors better.
Gotcha.
It creates a protective film over the layer. That way you can work on top of it without mixing below. Usually it won't mix, but what happens is when you have that layer, it allows, what's the best way to describe it? It allows for it's just a better layering technique. And I got it from Ariel Olivetti, from an art stream that he did on David Finch's art stream. He was a guest artist on David Finch's art stream. And so after I saw that, I went to Domestika, which is the it's like all in Spanish, but it's a place where they have like a lot of workshops that you can sign up for.
Oh, cool.
And they had Ariel Olivetti's acrylic technique workshop. So I subscribed to that, and it was really cheap. It was like 60% off because it's been up there for a while. And then, followed his technique on there, and then did some illustrations and threw them up there on the website. And then he actually went in and gave me some comments on my stuff, which was really cool. Yeah. So it gives you you can interact directly with the artist. It's awesome.
Cool.
So he was like, I really, really, really love your stuff. It's amazing. You really got this technique down. Just try to be careful, which I've already done today and already regretting, like going in there with your pure whites, because your pure whites tend to just, they kill the ability for, like, blacks and whites just are horrible with the lighting that you get that goes through your paint. And the whites the whites just kill any kind of vibrance you have. You think, oh, I want vibrance, so I'm going to use white, but it doesn't really work out that way. And then the blacks just kind of suck in all the light and makes it really dark and dim.
Yeah.
But I try to work with a very limited color palette. So like right now, I'm just using yellow, blue, white, and black. That's it.
Damn.
And then I might throw in some red.
Wow.
But
I love this part of the program. Seriously, color palette. It's an amazing between Bob Ross, yourself, and Anna, that Star Wars girl.
Yeah.
It's like I get this amazing amount of something that I can't. I've actually never applied myself or try to learn, but the way you guys can produce the exact hue that you need with the light, like, I'm gonna talk about light inside of your subject,
right.
From your light source,
right.
and be so mindful of color is just an amazing underrated part of this, and it's my pleasure as an art fan to be watching that part of the process.
Oh yeah, it's something I'm still in a learning process about myself. Like, and I and even if you watch like David Finch and other artists who do their live art streams, they're still learning. I mean, these are the pros too, man. They're just like, I have no idea what I'm doing here, but I'm trying it out. And it's like that kind of just like that sense of humility that you have. Like you're not at your pinnacle. You're not at your peak. There's always somewhere that you can push yourself.
There is no pinnacle. There is no
exactly.
peak.
There's none.
Yeah, there's just the road and your Tao. And just keep choose your trade, do it wisely and do it well, and put one foot in front of the other and keep producing and keep serving the other person around you with your with your gift.
Speaking of people with some gifts, Megan, what are you working on right now with your channel? Your channel, which is blowing up.
Actually, I feel bad. I'm kind of taking not a break. I'm not releasing a recorded video this Sunday. Like today, that's today. Whoa.
Yeah.
Because this evening I have a interview with Professor Murph, Justin Murphy. He's a comic book creator. I don't know if you guys have heard of War Party.
I can't say that I have.
Through your channel, I think you've covered it a few times.
Yes, I contacted him and I was like, "Can I interview you on my channel?"
That's your content. You know what I mean? There you go. That's your episode right there.
Yeah.
You have an interview. That's a great topic. That's great content that fits your channel, your brand, what you're doing and up to. And thank you for wanting to share that with us too. Like talking to an
that's awesome.
indie publisher. I mean, geez, that's great.
No, I love his stuff because he has a history buff and Civil War history is his thing.
Ooh, cool,
So
cool.
he's taken this Civil War history and his art and his storytelling and put it together into this really awesome comic series. Yeah.
Nice. What's the name of the comic series again?
War Party.
War Party.
Yeah,
War
I'm gonna
Party.
look that up.
Okay.
I'm gonna put
If
that on my
anybody wants
list.
to throw some links in the description about that, and maybe I'm just gonna start giving people. Eric, I'm sorry, I didn't notice I haven't given you a wrench yet. Look at that.
Ooh, yeah, you could if you'd like. I've never been wrenched before. It's my first time. Be gentle.
Boom. There it
to
is.
rip off Gary, the boss.
You're a wrench.
Woo,
Megan,
hey there.
you get a wrench.
You get a wrench.
You get a wrench.
Let's
Guys,
see.
going full Oprah on
Purple, you
everyone.
get a wrench.
I'm a big Joker. I'm a big Joker fan. Can I have a crowbar instead?
You can have a crowbar. You can have whatever you want.
Oh,
You have
smashing.
flamethrowers.
Smashing.
There we go. Use them wisely.
Oh, hey Megan, real quick. Just want to show you this. This is Batman 424 from October of 1988. Written by
You're mentioning
Jim Starr.
crowbars and you
Yeah,
showing
I
that
am.
picture. Wow.
Yes, exactly. This issue is about 3 issues before Death in the Family. So this is a setup to, you would probably hopefully love this issue. It's a Robin standalone issue called The Diplomat's Son. And this is Felipe, and he's got diplomatic immunity through his father. And he's a very, very bad boy. And by the end of this, even Batman says, Robin, did you push him? And he says, I guess he slipped. And we never know if Jason killed this kid or not.
Holy crap!
It's a great story. I wanted to share that with you.
Are you telling me that Jason Todd might have killed someone? God,
Yes,
that
indeed.
story's never going to stick ever.
But this is a great setup to Death in the Family, and I think you would enjoy it. Since you enjoyed Death in the Family so much, tune into something 3 issues before that.
The best thing about it is it's not a retcon of the character after they were doing stuff, or to try and bring him back as the Red Hood. That's what's good about it. That it predates his death before they were even thinking about ever bringing him back.
Exactly. And he has the classic Robin look. I love that golden, bronze, silver age look. You know what I mean? That's classic. I like variations on Robin because Robin's my favorite character. And as much as I like variations on it, I kind of can't stand like a lot of them, like okay, Damian Wayne's modern gray tone suit. It's not Robin. Yeah, that's not doing it. Come up with your own code name for that one, man.
Well, you must be really happy with what they did with Tim Drake.
But the sexuality?
Yeah, I mean,
I don't care, to be honest. I'm a Dick Grayson, and I'm gonna love my little brother regardless of who he wants to date. And I mean that, I grew up Robin, Dick Grayson Robin, and
we get it. You love the Dick. It's awesome.
We do. We love the Dick in the DCU. Yeah. Chicks love the Dick. Dudes love the Dick. You know what I mean? He's always he's our poster boy. We want to be like the Dick. You know what I mean? Be the nice guy. Like, you know how to beat people up. But
we're gonna break spines, but in the nice way.
I think I look at it this way as a DC Comics fan, that there have been so many crises in between. This is a different iteration of Tim Drake, and he's at a certain age, so sure, this kid's future is unwritten. And I know there's always the intersectional theories that always get thrown into our modern stuff, and we're hypersensitive to that now. So I think that you don't have to like it or hate it, but be like, okay, if that's that's Tim today, but it wasn't.
Tim Drake should always be Batman in the future. Like when they talk about a character out of any of the Robins who could have been Batman, it's Tim Drake. Tim Drake has the one thing that the rest of them don't. He has the detective mind. He's the best literal and lateral thinker. He's the only one who can actually be Batman in the future.
That would be a great. That's a great. They do so many alternate Batmans now. That would be a great story for a second gen. You don't need Jace Fox. You already have a trained.
Exactly.
You have you in the family.
Jace Box is let's be clear. That's essentially just like a 5G that they're doing all over again.
Yeah,
like,
sure. I mean, that's what they're doing. I mean, usually these characters end up fodder in a crisis. Like, remember, what was it? Forerunner? That was like the new 52 age around Infinite Crisis or something, or was that around Flashpoint?
But like, I mean, how many crises are we gonna have? But we got Dark Crisis and everything now. Like, it's just
I'm having a midlife one.
Exactly. That's what it's going to be. This is what it feels like. It's Crisis on Infinite midlife crises. It's
midlife crisis on Infinite Earths.
Yeah, there we go. That's what I meant.
You're too old. Yeah. Megan, I just wanted to ask you something. I know you were saying in one of the things you were going to review Asterix and Pix. Did you end up ever getting to that?
Ooh.
I did a couple because I had a couple Asterix and Obelix, and then I haven't gone and got any more.
Okay.
Yeah. I grew up on those as a kid because we had
sort of
them
like
at our public library.
Yeah, in Australia, they our two biggest comics that weren't like mainstream comics was the Phantom, and Asterix and Obelix, and Asterix and Pix, and all any of the Asterix sort of type series. And you're literally the only person I've ever seen do a review on them. So I was like, oh my god, you did it! That's awesome! Yeah.
They're kind of predictable, right? Like they have pretty predictable adventures, but I don't know. They're just so fun.
When were they published?
That's what it is. It was a nice and simple story, wholesome, fun.
Well, like when were they published? In the 1950s, 1960s?
A bit later than that. Yeah.
Yeah. A little later than that. I have to look it up.
I remember Asterix and Obelix in the background of my childhood. And I'm elderly.
Yeah, dude, and you're nearly 70, so yeah, that makes sense. So yeah, it's only the coffee. It's only the coffee that's de-aging him.
It does, yeah. It gives you the beans. They soak up all the age.
Yeah, he's like Dorian with the mirror. He just can't look at another cup of coffee or anything.
The first series
first appeared in 1959.
Yeah. Okay. And it was like, this was a great example of a newspaper strip. Was it, or was it? There was always because
in the Western world they became a strip.
Okay,
that's how they were introduced. Yeah,
that's cool. Because like honestly, in the golden age of comics, like in the 30s and 40s. Comic books were second tier. That's like if you weren't good enough to make a daily newspaper strip, you would make comic books instead. And
really, comic books were second tier.
Yeah, I mean that because
I thought it would have been like newspaper.
The newspaper was the bigger deal. There's so many characters out there, and it's amazing because you would have Monday through Saturday. Like 3 panels in a daily strip telling your serialized story. But on Sunday, you had the Sunday page paper, and you had an all color funny pages. And it was just a different experience being a kid, immersing yourself in the Sunday paper, getting the funnies first, So being a newspaper daily in Europe, I mean, this thing is wow. This is totally like Silver Bronze Age too.
Well, I mean, like with what you were saying, they would set up a joke for like Garfield on Monday, and it wouldn't pay off until. The weird thing is, it would have it'd be a multi-layer joke. So you'd have your 3 panels like there, but then for us it was Saturday instead of Sunday, but we'd get it on Saturday, and it would be a half page. Of that one, and then we'd have Asterix and Obelix on the other half. So that's how we used to get it. And then we'd have one full page of the Phantom. So over the course of a year, over the course of 1 year, we would get the equivalent of stories of the Phantom.
Do you think that going back and watching the Billy Zane movie is advisable to anyone? The Phantom.
Yes.
You like
for
it?
2 reasons.
Bring
The bad guys in there were actual bad guys, and you believed when they were saying you're like, dude, I stabbed that bloke with a 9-inch blade in there. This guy, it's a different sort of they were smart. They weren't idiots. but it's like there's something weird about that. Billy Zane was the worst part about that film. Let's be clear. But surrounding cast, his father was phenomenal.
I just
which is
found a
weird 'cause I always
DVD copy for $6. I'm getting
I
it.
always hated him because he was the bad guy in Braveheart. He
Oh,
was the,
yeah.
He was the king.
Which one
He
again?
was the king in Braveheart. His father was the bad guy in Braveheart.
Are you saying
he
that
was the
Patrick
king.
McGowan's in this movie?
Yeah.
He is? I will watch anything with Patrick McGowan. I'm a
Yeah. And I'm like,
huge
oh, but
Prisoner
he was-
fan.
yeah.
He's such a good actor. Place your order.
Oh,
Yep.
no. I know I shouldn't do this, but I'm doing this. Okay, whatever. Fine.
Oh my
I'm
god!
gonna do
You're
white
doing
in here.
whites now. What are you doing?
I know I can't stop it. I have to do it. I
Use
want to
your
make
magic.
I want to make the crystal like in his staff. I don't even know if there's a crystal in his staff. I'm just interpreting.
Oh, I
it
thought that was
Well,
a flame.
Yeah, we'll read
Well,
about
it's-
it. Want me to pull up a wiki about Gandalf's staff? I think it's solid.
Yeah. Okay. Make
It's
sure you don't have
unadorned?
safe. Make sure you have safe search on because if you don't, you're going to get a lot of old man porn. Yeah.
You got me on that
Gandalf
one.
gripping his veiny shaft.
Mr. Grant Gregory looking out for us one person at a
Well,
time.
I know in
You're
the
freaking
Peter
out Megan
Jackson
there.
movie, he blows
freaking out
into
Megan
his
there,
staff
Grant.
and it glows like a crystal. So
Mm.
I was assuming that was going to be consistent with the. Yeah.
And his pipe. Gandalf's staff and his pipe. There is a. Again, is also what. This is from lotr.fandom.com.
Okay.
And
As long as it doesn't have .feet at the end of it, you should be fine.
hey, don't judge me. Let's see. They're talking about Gandalf the White's staff. So I don't know if that's a different staff or not. So.
Do you remember whenever they're going through the caves of Moria and he blows into his staff to light up the path? And then, you remember that?
I do now.
So, yeah.
Gandalf.
So I was
you should look up Gandalf the Grey.
Looking it up. Okay. Gandalf the Grey, the staff of Gandalf the Grey is a symbol of his status as an Istari or a wizard. It was once owned by Radagast the Brown, crafted from an upturned, twisted sapling, once crowned with twig and root-like protrusions, but now have all broken off and worn down. So
That's why it's
the history. The staff of Gandalf the Grey. It has its own page. Yeah.
There we go. And so I've kind of got those root kind of things going on here, like around there. Something like those.
Because I remember, it's compared to Saruman's,
right?
Which had a globe and it had points. It was, visually. Wow, I never even appreciated that before. I mean, because you got it looks like there's 4 prongs and a globe in the center for Saruman's staff. And in hindsight, that's very like Eye of Sauronish too.
Oh yeah.
But it's also very industrial versus the natural.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Are you saying Saruman's a bad guy?
Oh no! I love Christopher Lee.
Spoilers.
Whoops.
Megan.
Yeah.
I know. I saw in some of your videos you said you did not like the Avengers stories. Well, this is one of the best stories from Avengers 273 to 277. It's called Under Siege. And it is one of the best arcs I've read. It's when the Masters of Evil, which are led by Baron Zemo, they actually infiltrate the Avengers mansion, take Captain America and Black Knight. They take Captain America and Black Knight hostage, and all the Avengers are locked. The rest of the Avengers are completely locked out of the mansion.
Is that the Roger Stern?
Even
run?
Jarvis?
Jarvis is actually
Locked in?
Yeah, he's locked in, and throughout the whole story, Zemo is basically torturing Captain America to see if he will break.
Yeah, so that's the one from the late 90s then. Yeah,
this one's actually from 1986 in the 75-cent age. I remember these covers because that month they all had this like a portrait of the titular hero surrounded by the entire MCU cast, and it was also the day of Spider-Man's black costume.
And
Yeah.
it all started when the Masters of Evil jumped Hercules, basically beat him near death, and left him in a coma. Black Widow and no, not Black Widow, Wasp and Ant-Man guarded him in the hospital, while Thor, Captain Marvel, Monica Rambeau, and the others went to go find the Masters of Evil and figure out what they were doing. But then the Wrecking Crew, Mr. Hyde, and Baron Zemo broke into the mansion and took it over, and they were locked out because Blackout put a field around it and wouldn't let they wouldn't be able to go in. And
I will also vouch for the production team on this. Its writer is Roger Stern and the penciler is John Buscema. And so this is like a really reliable late Bronze Age, early Copper Age battery of a creative writer artist team or penciler team. And this is as solid Avengers story as you can get. This is pretty much a great example of be like you're so far away from the source material, because this is the source material that we base this on. It's that good. Yeah.
Okay. And
solid stuff.
I think, and one of the most powerful scenes is when Baron Zemo has Captain America hostage and tied up in front of him, and he actually brings his personal objects within his footlocker, and these include his kite shield, which he has, which he used during World War II. He has Mr. Hyde crush it in front of him. He also has a baseball he got when he went to a baseball game with Bucky, that was signed by Pee Wee Reese. He had it.
This was also back when the saying was Bucky. There's three things that'll never happen. Bucky Barnes will never come alive.
Uncle Ben,
and
Gwen Stacy, was it, or was it someone over in DC?
Oh yeah, Jason Todd. Yeah. So this is around that sort of time. Yeah. So the only one that came. Yeah. So like this, the idea of that was the most devastating thing, because it was the last remnants he had of Bucky.
Yeah, and also he ripped a picture of his mother in half, and he said that his mother was very camera shy and she never took a lot of pictures.
And what a jerk! What a master of evil!
He wanted
but
to
it's
see
okay. His mother ended up being a part of Hydra later on, so it's okay.
He wanted to see
Dumbest storyline ever.
Every time I'm looking at the art, I can hear Black Sabbath in my head. I can hear that harmonica, that opening riff from The Wizard. He keeps walking, dun dun dun. You keep talking, dun dun dun. Spreading his magic, dun dun dun. You know that? Check out that tune, ladies and gentlemen, and all sentients in between. It's called The Wizard. Put it in your search parameter on YouTube.
It goes along with what's going on here. Are you guys talking about the picture?
I was, yeah. When that's the music I hear.
I just start listening to you guys, and I forget where I'm at and what I'm doing.
Yeah,
I'm just like sitting here zoning out and drawing. And I'm like, wait, are they talking about me right now?
I was, yeah. The music cue I get from looking at your art.
Yeah, like, this show's really good. Who's is this Megan's show? Eric's show? Oh, it's mine. Oh shit, I should be doing something now. Whoops.
No, the weirdest thing about it was just like, gee, I could go for some cotton candy now after seeing that beard. It's just like, yeah.
There we go. I'm using these inks right now because I like the acrylics that I use. They're a kind of cheaper grade of acrylics, and they don't really have a sheen to them. Whereas the acrylic inks, they have a more vibrant color, and they have like they have a more vibrant, richer color to them. So, like the beard, I wanted like this softness to it, and you can't really get it with the acrylic paint. So if you use the inks in there, just kind of let them bleed. mess around with some water, and then dry them up, and then paint over them. That's a
It
technique
looks
that I like
awesome.
to do.
Santa looks upset there. Awesome.
Oh, I'm gonna try and make him like that, look like Santa, but he's got a long gray beard. Maybe that's where the Santa image came from with
Yeah,
Gandalf.
the elves went on strike, so he's upset now. He has to do all the work himself. Damn
Elves are on
unions.
strike.
Yeah.
Oh, did anybody hear that they canceled Resident Evil on Netflix?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a
I
shock.
feel sorry for Jane.
Or maybe not.
every time Jane Theory gets a new show that goes really well, it gets cancelled.
It's going to be kind of like she's got that curse to her, so nobody's going to invite her on anymore. It's like if we invite you on, it's going to get canceled. So
I mean, it's mainly with her. That's like, I mean, she's been doing the dump with us since we started, so that hasn't been cancelled yet. So that's a good thing, at least. So
she knows, she's got some knowledge too, man. She drops lots of knowledge.
Yeah,
and she's got a very beautiful voice as well.
She'll be on our Game of Thrones stream on Monday. So
right, that's airing tonight, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yeah,
well, tonight for
the second episode. Yeah. Well,
okay.
Yeah.
Who does
Hila
Who does Hila play in Game of Thrones?
What did you guys think about that first episode?
I have not seen it yet. I'm
dude,
still sore
I was a
after
fan.
season 8.
I'm watching it this Friday though. I got a gang of friends, and we're gonna all queue it up and watch it together on Zoom, and we're gonna give it a chance. It's something we all agreed on. These are like old in real life friends of mine, so it's like whoa, we just agreed on a show to watch. Okay, I'm in. Fuck it. Just to hang out with my friends, and also because we were all GOT fans, we all read the books except for one of us, and that's why I'm tuning in. I'm like, I want to see if she likes this show, just based on what she's been given with this. Because the other three of us, we've all read all the books. We've been disappointed. We were in, but then I had this emotional memory. It gave me a little bit of goosebumps. I remember that feeling we would get when we would hear the opening music.
Right.
And just like they do a nostalgia bait in the opening sequence. They use that scene while Rhaenyra's flying on the dragon.
Mm-hmm.
I even said it when we were doing the review of it. I went, I know what you're doing, HBO, and I still fell for it, and I'm upset because I was just like, yes, I'm back. We're back in this world, and it was literally just a bit of a music montage because you got to see, Winterfell, and you got to see it was good. But overall,
there's more magic. They really abandoned the concept of magic by the end of it, regardless of the flaming swords.
There is zero magic mentioned so far. I'll let you know on that. That being said, you do get to see Matt Smith's bottom, his second part of his wang. So if you're really into that, then but Matt Smith killed it. The acting is season 1 to 4 acting, not season 7 and 8 acting. The acting is so genuinely good.
I felt sorry to interrupt you there. I felt though, like for us who are you guys probably have more knowledge than I. Well, I've read the books many times, and I've watched every season that it came out. I would watch all the seasons up to it, every single season, and I've read the book. I don't know how many times I've read the books. I haven't gone through the world of what's it called, the 2 ones that he did afterwards. That was written by the history of the Targaryens and the history of.
Oh, the blood and
blood and
I was going to ask, is this show based on those?
Yeah.
Yes, it's that history.
It's basically that history.
The Targaryens and at their peak and the fall of their empire.
Right, and so knowing that, I was like, okay, I have knowledge of that, therefore I can watch this and appreciate what's going on. But for like an extreme normie, I feel like they would just completely be lost. You know what I mean? because it was just so much information there at the very beginning.
There was a big dump, and I think
there was a huge dump of information. I'll be like, okay, I'm gonna need to like pause this and go through all the names that they just dropped because I have no idea what they're talking about.
There's a small council. There's a big count. There's a council of the 101. Okay, wait, is that the same council? No, okay, it's a different council. Okay, so this is a no, people are dying. Okay, wait, this is the queen who never was. Wait, is she a queen? Is she not? What's going? Yeah.
It just felt like for people who know the books and people who've read that history that they would be able to really appreciate what was going on there, but everybody else would just be, like, I have no idea what just happened here. And so I'm wondering if that
a Black Valerian. That's neat.
Yeah.
I wonder what his story is. There's a paternity issue.
Man, I'm sorry. Those wigs were just horrendous.
Yeah.
They look like they're going to fall off.
That's the thing. Like the guy who plays, he's been bald since he was 20, and he's 67 now. So like, seeing him with this big silver hair on there, it's kind of funny.
Yeah. It just,
he's a great fucking actor though. That's the best. That's the best part about it. He's like, the casting is ridiculous, especially seeing what happens later on when they're like, we don't know if this baby's yours or not.
I mean that's paternity uncertainty. That's a mortal fear.
The thing with Valerians specifically, how it works with their bloodline, if they have a relationship with someone outside of their own, they don't maintain any of their own traits.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they're
That's why they're. Is this a backdoor setup to why Jon Snow looks the way he does and doesn't have silver hair?
Well, no, because he's part Stark as well.
True. Well, you mean because it's like
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, so that's the whole point. That was always established.
So they only kept their traits if they were
if they were inbred. Yeah, that was the whole point of having multiple families and doing all that. So when you have someone who's Valerian, who's also dark skinned, and then there's a kid that comes out, the kid's going to be dark skinned because that's what's already been established within the universe. So the idea of going, well, we don't know who the father is.
Right.
It doesn't make any sense within their own stuff that they've already established.
Yeah. This actually reminds me of I don't know if you guys ever heard the Shakespeare play of Titus.
Oh yeah. It's like heavy metal, man.
Dude, I love tight asses. Oh, sorry, never mind.
No, but there is there is one scene where the queen the Germanian queen gives birth, and she was supposed to give birth to an emperor, to the emperor's child.
Right.
But the child came out dark-skinned.
Mm-hmm. Wah, 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 wah.
And the only person that was dark-skinned in Rome was the Hun who was basically her main assassin. And this actually had one of the best quotes in any playwright. The thing goes, "Villain, what hast thou done? Thou which cannot be undone. Thou hast undone our mother. Villain, I've done thy mother." The world's first yo mama joke.
Been there. But I mean, who hasn't done thine mother before? Did I use that right? I don't know.
That's great.
Works for me.
Thine mother is doeth so largesse.
Here we go. So Megan, you've got a question there from Shadowpunk. Shadowpunk, who also is an independent comic creator. Did you know this? He's got a campaign going on right now. Some amazing work.
I feel like I should have known that. I have read Lord of the Rings. It's been a while. I should reread it, honestly.
I have not.
Really?
Yeah. I just did. I read the Children of Hurin like very recently because Christopher Lee does it. Read it to me on the audiobook, so I got to listen to Christopher Lee talk to me for 3 hours. That was what it was.
Sauron with a golden gun.
Yeah, huh? It wasn't bad. It was just, yeah. I mean, is that in the second age as well? Children of Hurin? For you,
Dude, your guess is as good as mine.
Lord of the Rings peoples?
I am not. I'm not like up on my lore. I am not.
Yeah,
up
same
on
here.
Let me look
Read
it
and
up.
watched it, but
Look it up. To
Children
the
of-
intro-wubs. The race to Winkies.
That was Batman for me
Gandalf.
for the longest time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gandalf.
Shadowpunk got it.
Oh, he says
Hello.
first age.
It's
Yeah.
first age.
First age.
Okay,
There we
that's
go.
good. Thank you, Shadowpunk.
Oh
Very-
yeah, because they talk about the Tree of Light, so it makes sense. It would be first age before this. Yeah, yeah. Didn't even think of that.
It's a tragedy. It's
Imagine
Shakespearean.
getting all your light from a tree and not knowing what the sun is. That's just weird.
It's their
But that's
version
what
of
England was like back then, I guess.
it's their version of the Bible, or
Yeah.
their version of the legend of creation.
Mm-hmm. I love the Similarian. How do you pronounce it? The Similarian? I can never
But
get
no
it.
one tell him
Cerulean.
what it is. Just let him keep going. No, God damn it.
It would be similarious.
Damn you.
The Cerulean.
The Cerulean?
It's
Or
the
Cimmerian.
simile. What's it called? Yeah, the book, the similes. Yeah, that's
the
the one.
similes.
The Cimmerian.
Yeah.
A lot of likes. Similes. Oh,
Yeah,
word
similes.
fun.
Yeah, but right now Amazon is praying that this show actually is a hit. If not, they're going to be $1 billion in the hole.
Didn't they
But
give
they-
out a bunch of free tickets, like free
Yeah.
showing or something?
Yeah, it's a bunch of Insta or what do you call those people?
Influencers?
Influencers.
Chills.
Yes. They gave them to a bunch of influencers who knew nothing about it, and they were like, "Oh, I'm happy that these hobbits."
That's what they call super fans.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You get free
yeah,
tickets, you
super.
become a super fan. That's
Such
how
a
it
super
works.
fan.
When I saw a video like that, I wanted to jump out the window. How stupid these people
Oh,
were!
they're horrible. They're ignorant.
Well, you can just substitute super fan for newer fan and know that it's just like that's their new speak way of presenting. Oh, you're a super fan. Isn't that nice?
One of the guys was like, he was talking about Sauron, and he was like, "Oh, that's it. He's so handsome. I bet I could change
Dude,
him." I'm like,
I was literally about to say he's the one that said that Sauron has that daddy energy.
Wow.
That's what we all want to hear.
Yeah.
But the Cimmerian.
Oh, that's how you say it?
Yeah.
Damn it.
In the Cimmerian, Sauron was pure evil.
Yes, the Salmonrillion.
He was the one
salamander.
He was the one that led the race of men into turning their backs on the Valar, and that's why they're
changing that though. That's going to be fucking now. With basically the way they're doing it. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how far they deviate and bastardize the work.
Oh man,
I came across a really nice line in context to all of this. I'm reading The Sandman on audiobook, and it's an amazing experience as someone who hasn't read that comic book in over a decade, and it just brings back those panels in my mind and everything. But there's a good standalone issue. Man. Yeah, I mean, where Dream meets this British guy every 100 years. He's given him the boon of a long life. So he checks in with him every 100 years. And the British guy is talking to Dream. They meet in a pub and have a drink. He's like, can you imagine it? They changed the ending of Lear to have a happy ending. And Dream says, well, there's, it always reverts back to its original form. Don't worry about it. Something like that. But I think that's a great meta commentary, especially on Gaiman himself being up for changing stuff for the Netflix adaptation. But also, that's a really nice line. I mean, sure, this is just their version of Lear, and they changed the ending to have a happy ending. But guess what? It's not going to be the one remembered in history.
Yeah, it's not going to
Yeah.
resonate.
Yeah,
This
it's just a moment in
But
time.
I don't get. They keep talking about having a diverse cast, but there is a way to have a diverse cast. Middle Earth is just Europe. New it was
No,
actually
that's
became that
racist.
way. They could go to they could show that how the Numenorians, the evil Numenorians, known as the Kingsmen, went to Hadar, basically enslaved and conquered these people, and what shows why they still have beef with the Gondorians, who are the descendants of the Numenorians, later in life. That's
you
why they
see what
joined.
they've done with the Numenorians. They make them look like fucking bums. These were supposed to be the pinnacle of men.
Yeah.
Yes.
And they got bloody potato sacks on and fucking together. It looks like a play about, I don't know, Othello put on by the local community college.
Right.
These are the Numenorians. These are the closest things to gods that humans can be.
Oh, whoops.
Yeah. This is why I don't like the way these people, they're like, they say that they're preserving Tolkien's vision, but all they're doing is perverting it.
No one's ever said that. None of them have ever said they're preserving, because they don't care. They're fixing it.
Yeah, they're
doing
writing
us a
the book that he never wrote. That hey, what's up, Brahma Pool? How's it going there? Welcome, buddy.
Yeah, but one thing I do not get, I don't know if this is going to sound sexist, but
Sexist.
yeah. Galadriel never took on a sword. She always fought with her wit and her mind, using diplomacy. She was always a strong, powerful female the way she was.
Mm-hmm.
And right now they think that a strong female woman needs to carry a sword and wear
armor. To be a warrior man. Yeah. But like I've been watching, because I've been editing the trailer. There's that line where she's like, "There's a tempest in me," and that's literally the way that, like, it's like they've taken someone who was the ultimate pinnacle of grace and everything like that.
Yeah.
And they've smashed her over the head a few times with a baseball bat and said, "Go say your lines. Go quick. There you go. Look at the pretty colors."
I think she's just cute. The new Galadriel, she's wicked cute.
Yeah, she looks like a lot like a young Kate Beckinsale, or
no, she
Kate Blanchett.
Kate Blanchett.
Don't you dare! How dare you?
Are you guys like high?
Could be.
Well, it's
She's
legal
short
over
as
here.
shit.
It's legal here.
Sorry.
It's legal in California. But no, I think she
so spreading AIDS.
Jesus.
Oh boy.
Yeah. But this is just so bad. I mean,
well, I'm not going to watch a second of it. I don't know about you. I know some of you guys are going to watch it
not
too.
my cup of.
Dude, I'm watching every
review it.
fucking frame.
Yeah.
Mark my words.
I will not. I will not give them any minute of my time. I did see the Samaritan though.
How was the Samaritan?
Oh, it was good. It had a great twist at the end.
Come on, baby.
I didn't watch The Hobbit. I didn't want to. I didn't care. I mean, I like those movies.
You sure you want me to spoil it?
No, I don't. Bilbo lives. So
no. We're talking about the Samaritan.
The story one. No, a mate of mine actually. He was the second AD on that, so I know all about it. So
yeah.
But anyway, guys, I've got to head off. It's
Oh yeah, mate. Oh, dude, yeah. It's
like
about
a
1
baby and
o'clock.
head out.
It's 1 o'clock in the morning over there for you, isn't it?
Yeah, 1:30, and yeah.
Whoa.
Otherwise, I'm just gonna your picture's gonna get better, and I'm just gonna keep talking, and then I'm never gonna get any sleep. So
yeah, it's coming along very slow. This one, I'm like kind of Yeah, I knew like today was going to be a bit of a slow one because I'm just kind of worn out as it is, but I'm going to persevere. And
Is it weird that Gandalf looks a little hungover? I don't know where I'm getting that from.
it's probably me. It's
This
like
is a
it's like a
self-insert.
self-insert here. It's a self-insert.
Yeah. Really, a tall white guy in a strange land that's a little hungover? I don't see it.
Hey, I just might as well just write my name on it.
Surrounding himself with little people. I mean, you know.
It works. Oh, geez.
All right, Jinja,
Well,
man.
man, yeah, thanks for coming out here,
All right,
Grant.
seeing
and
everyone.
You're awesome.
Good to
Have a
see
good
you,
day,
Grant.
And hey, he's coming out with this video. You're going to release the video tomorrow, right?
Yeah, tomorrow night. Yep. So
Okay, so
yeah,
be on the lookout for that, guys.
Subscribe to Mr. Grant Gregory. Do
Yes.
it.
Yeah.
And
don't be scared, homie.
and go check out his short and make sure that you give a thumbs down on it so we can keep it ratioed.
Yeah.
Dude, it's so close to being even. It's like
No, but in all sincerity,
I'll have to
yeah.
check
go
this
out there and
out.
Check it out.
Check out the hubbub.
No, he actually almost brings Gary to a tier. I don't know if you guys have seen it or not, because I was gonna actually, as a joke, downvote it, and then I was watching. I was like, oh, actually, this is really good. I'm actually
well,
going
if you're
through,
going to interview someone, you need to do your research and you need to,
yeah.
not ask the same questions that everyone asks. And if
And
there's a
that's-
chance of punching someone in the feels, you got to take it.
Yeah, and that's what he said too. He's like, "Wow, you've done your research.
Yeah.
You've really done your research here, haven't you? I'm
Yeah, because
impressed."
it's
Yeah.
something that's not actually, it's not something that he's ever put out there on Facebook.
Right.
So it was, yeah.
I can't find why is your site not coming up for me here?
I don't have,
You don't have a site?
no, I have a channel.
Oh, your
You're
channel.
out
That's
of
what I meant. Your
sight.
channel. My bad.
Grant, you're out of sight.
If somebody
My
wouldn't mind
man.
throwing that in there.
All right,
for
I'll
me.
just throw it up now.
Yeah. Ugh.
Where's it bloody? Oh, there it is.
I need to concentrate on this picture. It is an art stream, supposedly.
Oh, I gained a sub to this stream. Nice. Well, thank you very much, whoever subbed to me.
Oh,
Appreciate
yeah.
it.
Yeah. there
That
we
would
go.
be me.
My man.
And I meant to tell everybody as well. Thank you for like during whatchamacallit, 32 Nick Weiser's stream. I hit 200 subs. So
Woo.
thank you for that. Yeah, I'm not really like concentrating on all the sub kind of things, but I do need to give you guys thanks for doing that. I appreciate it. But yeah,
Hey,
Grant, thanks again for coming over.
You're a fifth of the way to be monetized, mate. That's the main thing.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, have a good
It'll
one,
happen
guys.
this year.
And gal.
All right, man. Take it
See
easy.
ya.
Take care, Greg.
See you, bud. Megan,
Okay.
Megan, when does this interview coming out that you're doing?
Tonight we're doing a live stream. So we're doing it at
Mm-hmm.
8 p.m. Central.
Right.
It's 9 p.m. Eastern time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sweet. Are you
So-
nervous?
I am kind of nervous because I literally this is probably my only the fourth live stream I've done on my own channel.
Nice.
Mhm.
And then the only person I've ever had on with me is like Pops,
Mhm.
Right.
which I don't know. That
Oh,
that
he's-
doesn't make me nervous because we stream together like once
Right.
a month. So
Right. And he's a really easy guy to talk to as well.
yeah,
it
he
makes-
is.
and it was you. That's how I found him. Was through your when you guys were streaming together on your channel.
Oh, okay.
And then I was in the chat, and I hadn't seen him on a stream before, and he was talking. I was like, I really like this guy. He's very articulate. He
Yeah.
knows his stuff. It just seems like he's really relaxed there, and apparently,
Mhm.
that's what he's done. So.
Yeah.
So I kind of threw out there in the chat, not as a joke, but they're like, hey, it'd be nice to go on your channel or something of that sort. And he's like, he would totally be up for it. And so I hit him up on a DM, and he was all about it. And I have to say, it was just that show was perfect. We both had a great time. The time flew by so quickly, and
Mhm.
So hopefully we're going to be collaborating again somewhere down the line.
Oh, yay.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
I have a rain check with him. I literally, because we had a couple of people. I think it was T-shirted Historian and Six, and myself. And then he had like major storms in his area where he had a blackout and stuff. And he was able to get the stream going about an hour and a half later, but I couldn't make it, and so I missed out on that. But I'll be on Pop's channel one of these days.
Yay.
We will be talking comics. We will be.
It's a lot of fun.
Now,
exactly.
Now, where can I get Pop? Now, where can I subscribe to Pops?
I'll bring it up.
If you don't mind doing that, Eric, thank you.
I will. I'll be glad to. As a newly christened wrench.
There we go. Yeah, use it to the fullest. But if you guys have anything that you want to throw up there, just go ahead and do it. Like, you don't have to ask. Just I trust your guys' judgment. Probably better than mine. So yeah, free range with that. And thank you, Jacob Ironside. I appreciate it. It's coming along. It's got a ways to go. I don't know if I'm going to finish it or not within the time constraints that I have today, just because I am a bit lethargic today, but just trying to push through that. And I'm trying to decide what exactly I'm going to do here as far as like, because I want this beard to have an abstract shape to it. So I'm trying to work with his broad shoulders. I'm looking at it not as like an actual realistic figure, but I'm trying to like make the shape itself abstract. So the shape of his body right here is just some kind of abstract form, and then I'm working with the empty space around him and trying to create some balance with that, like pushing and pulling with things. So I like what you get with these ink washes with the color here, but if you cover that up too much with paint, you lose that. So it's just all about trying to maintain that initial wash look and not killing it. So that's the only way you can do that is with some really thin washes. And welcome, Phil, TMT.
Hello.
He is Megan's official promoter, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Like he already retweets stuff that she hasn't even tweeted out yet.
Seriously, I don't know how he does it.
Yeah. It's a superpower.
Maybe it's just because I'm like really slow, but I'm just like, whoa, I was gonna put that on Twitter. Okay, Phil's done it. It's fine. I don't have to now.
Speaking about TMT, Megan, have you been able to read The Last Ronin?
No, and I don't know if I should because I haven't really read any other Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. So I wasn't sure if that was like gonna be a bad place to start. You know what I'm saying?
I would start with the Eastman comics.
Oh yeah.
What ones? Say that again.
The old ones.
The old ones.
Man, yeah. It's American manga. It is so good. These are not the Ninja Turtles you'd remember. They were predates them.
These were more gritty, more realistic, more brutal. Like so brutal that they killed the Shredder in the first issue.
Yeah.
Right.
But by the time we get back to return to New York, after they get their asses kicked to them, it comes full circle with the foot, with the Rokosaki
and Karai, Shredder's daughter.
You guys remember the old what was it, the NES video game?
Yeah, there was actually a bad translation that they in the first NES game.
Yeah,
there was a bad translation that they had April be Splinter's daughter, and they went with it.
Whoa, that's weird.
Yeah,
because I remember playing that game, and it was hard as hell.
Am I thinking about the right one? Nerd, that was one of the Angry Video Game Nerd's first episodes.
Oh, really? I imagine so, dude. That was impossible.
It was. It was so. The game was so hard.
Yeah.
Now I feel old just talking about it.
And I put the link to Pops in the chat. If you would go and give him a subscribe, he would love to be part of your YouTube experience.
That whole Ninja Turtle game just brings me back to I had just moved back to North Carolina, and of course I always took the bus to school. Mm-hmm. And I had a friend. I think what was his name? I think it was Thomas. I can't remember, but he we would hang out. We'd play Ninja Turtles. We would play other games and things. And he was a big sports guy as well, so I think we play like baseball together and stuff like that. But I would go over and stay over at his house, and he had like a tree house. And up at his tree house, he had all of his geek stuff up there. So we'd always geek out over there. But one day he hops on the bus, and his foot is in a cast, and he's just limping up on the bus. I was like, man, what happened to you? And this is kind of like I grew up in like the trailer parks of North Carolina.
Yeah.
So always got some interesting stories out there. But he's like, man, I got home the other day, hopped off the bus, and he played soccer. And he's like, and there was a ball in the yard, and I went and kicked it as hard as I could. And it ended up not being a soccer ball, but a bowling ball of all things.
Oh.
So he kicked the ball as hard as he could, thinking it was a soccer ball. One, I feel horrible for him, but two, it's like in the South in the trailer park. Yeah, you can imagine a bowling ball of all things being in a yard, amongst other strange artifacts.
It's like that joke, like, you jumped off. So he jumped off of a building because he thought he could fly. Well, wouldn't you try to practice first from the ground?
Yeah.
This actually reminds me of behind the scenes of Lord of the Rings. You know the scene where Aragorn kicks the helmet off the hill? And
yeah.
At Viggo, they did that take over and over again because Viggo Mortensen's such a dedicated actor.
Yeah.
That he wanted to get it just right.
Mm-hmm.
And in the last take, he actually broke his toe on the helmet.
I heard about this. That's how he broke. That's how he broke his toe, right?
Yeah, and he yelled, and the yell that he had was from the pain of breaking his toe.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
And they actually used that scene because,
of course, that's the one.
It was genuine pain.
Yeah. Same thing like over at Apocalypse Now, Coppola kept in this scene in the beginning of Act 1. You have Colonel Willard, Martin Sheen. He's literally drunk the actor is drunk on his birthday and depressed. And the director kept feeding him alcohol. So there's a scene where Willard punches the mirror and he's weeping and his hand is bleeding and there's blood on the broken mirror. And that was the keeper, but that really happened.
That was all real. Yeah.
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 Yeah. There was actually there was another scene like that in Django Unchained during the dinner scene.
With DiCaprio, right?
Yeah. There was broken glass on the table.
Yep.
And when he slammed his hand, he actually cut his palm.
Yeah. Yeah.
He demanded he told basically did it physically not he used his body language to tell Tarantino to keep rolling, that he'll work with this.
Right.
And he came up with the idea where he actually rubbed his own blood over Django's wife just to make it more disturbing.
Yeah.
And the guy actually got they actually applauded his performance after they yelled cut. He got 12 stitches on that one hand.
Yeah. Damn. Yeah. So when you see that scene, that's him in literal pain from just basically slashing his hand open. But
there's so much things that good method actors can do.
They could shut up in the press. That would be
which would be very nice. Yeah, I was just going to say that.
I mean, isn't that like the epitome of privilege?
They could tweet complete crap. They just need to stop doing that.
Yeah.
Seriously, man, the mystery of them being gone is one of the things that's been killing them the worst.
Yeah.
Just shut up. Shut up. And because they don't need to go on social media and do everything. They don't need all that.
Mm-hmm.
No. I mean, to promote their work, but not their personal selves, because that's not what we're actually there to see.
Yeah.
Or to be judged by if we are othered or opposite by them. It becomes a negative distraction. To be othered by someone you respect and admire and their art and craft, such as, I'm starting to go back to the comic book store and I'm starting slowly to buy new releases again, because I'm on Wes's channel a lot now. Thinking Critical on. He's got a Saturday show,
Right.
and I need to bring stuff to the table to to be part of the conversation.
Right.
So I am buying some DC comics, but I've been blocked by so many Marvel creators.
Yeah.
I can't, in good faith, spend my money with the House of Ideas anymore. I mean, I don't want to support that kind of culture because I'm adjacent to a hate group. I'm adjacent to hate. You know what I mean? Seriously, because I follow Ethan Van Sciver, or I follow
and you're on here.
I'm on. Yeah, but I would. Okay, I don't identify as Comics Geek, but I buy a shitload of their stuff. You know what I mean? Seriously, I like comic books. I especially like vampire stories. So I got Mandy Summers and Phil Gilmore's Jack the Ripper, the Vampire Hunter. It was really good. No, I mean Narwhal's Nosferatu is going to show up any minute now. It's in the mail. And I also got another Indiegogo by Clint Stoker. He's a great great grandson apparently of Bram Stoker, and it's Clint Stoker's Dracula.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, and he did that. Yeah, so I was like, yeah, I'm in, and I like this sense of independent comics, and I don't see that it makes me othered or a bad guy.
No, not at all. Not at all.
No.
I mean, there's this other one that I think that's coming on the way in. It should be in your hands around November.
Really?
It's called a anti-steam junk western.
Issue number 0? I love zero issues. I love. Megan, are you familiar with issues number 0 in the comics parlance?
Wait, what?
Like the issue 0, the 0.
Yeah, okay,
issue.
I don't understand why it's called issue 0. Actually,
Exactly.
like I come across that, but like I'm like, why isn't it issue 1?
Exactly. Isn't it great? I mean, doesn't it pique your interest?
Yes, it does.
I mean, The Flash, I think, has had 3 issues number 0 since 1996. And which one's which? Exactly. An issue 0, to my knowledge, is it's a jump on spot for a new reader. It's a publishing gimmick.
Okay.
And it tells a story with an established character set around their origin, but it adds a new element to it, so the new writer can make a new story in this ever crowding universes that we, our imaginations inhabit. So, but it's a great reason to retell the origin and to have something that mixes into it that comes into the now part of the continuity.
Mm-hmm.
As opposed
I've
to
seen them release like after issue 1 or like a few issues in, or sometimes it's released.
It could start off a line as well, and like, what is in issue 0? It's there to generate your interest and get you to buy that magazine, And but I've always wanted to know, like, have a conversation with other comic book people, like, where did it start? When did it start? What is your definition of the issue 0? Am I off base? You know what I mean? I want to hear from.
For me, I'm like in Megan's corner. I had no idea that it existed either, but it was all Roger Wright or Tom's idea, and I was like, oh, episode 0, okay, that sounds cool. Yeah. But his thing, it wasn't episode 0 at first, and I don't know if he wants me to say this at all, but he called it episodio, like a rodeo. So the 0, it was like all fit in with the Western theme. So that's kind of why he wanted to do it. But I think he had other reasons for it as well. Again, he would be able to explain it a lot better than me. I just do the art. And then I'm serious, man. Yeah. I go onto streams and I can tell you like the basics, but whenever it goes, I don't want to say too much about all the story because there's a lot of reveals and things that are, that
you need to stay in the story.
Exactly. It needs to stay. Yeah, it doesn't need to be revealed. It's part of what you're going to enjoy if you keep up with the books. But I think that's an element of the, episodio, which is okay to say. So it's kind of a play on words, which is what he really likes to do. Like the whole wordsmith thing, playing around with words, double meanings. So yeah, where I think that's where it came from.
I just bought this and the newer comics that I bought. This is co-written by Jeff Johns.
Let me blow it up here.
Here we go. This is another 0 issue. Here we go. I got a 0 issue right here for us. This is Flashpoint Beyond, and this is set in the Flashpoint story, which was very influential in DC Comics, brought about a little something you heard of called the New 52 back in 2011, and it's actually pretty darn good. If you walk into it, you're supposed to walk into. I think you're supposed to walk into a 0 issue completely cold, and it will catch you up. It gives you everything you need. It'll catch you up. It'll keep your interest, and it will whet your appetite for the next part of the story.
Cool.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
Issue 0. I find them fascinating.
Speaking about the House of Ideas, what is your what do you think of Alyssa Wong taking over Deadpool?
I don't give it because she blocked me on Twitter. She can walk off a short pier in a pacifist, peaceful, metaphoric way. I mean, like, and she can swim. Like, you're right there, man. Come back to shore, please. But
why would they block you? What have you done?
Because I'm adjacent to hate, dude.
Jeez, that's
I'm on a list.
So childlike.
I'm on a list,
so childlike.
dude. I'm on a list.
It's very confusing to me because Deadpool is a very deadpan, funny, slapsticky character, and Alyssa Wong is not funny at all.
Yeah, no, they'll find out with their sales, hopefully. But somebody greenlit this, and she's a part of the bullpen, the Marvel bullpen, and they got to give their bullpen their assignments. This is who we have. I mean,
you have some of the worst writers on there, and I feel like they're systematically destroying the Marvel universe. That Stan Lee, Jack Kirby, Todd McFarlane, Jim Lee.
All men. We're the women. We got Marie. I mean, you got Marie Severin in there. You got Louise. You got, of course, you get, and all the gals worked at Marvel.
The Amazing Barb, who helped write She-Hulk. The Savage, who helped write the Savage She-Hulk. If Jack Kirby was
it's his birthday, by the way. Happy birthday, Jet King.
Oh, we have the same birthday. Me and Jack Kirby.
Yes.
Jack Kirby and I. We're both August 28th. That's right.
Nice. Congratulations. Yeah. That's great.
That's all we have in common.
Yeah, no, you're artist and gee. That's cool, man.
Yeah. Because whenever I was looking up, you know how you look up your birthday and see who else is on there? You're like, I was like, oh, Jack Kirby. No way. There we go.
My birthday is shared with Jodie
Foster.
Foster.
You love art so much.
I share a birthday with Jodie Foster and the original Martin Luther, who began
He put the
who began the Protestant church
on the door, right? On the church door.
The thesis there,
right?
Exactly.
But as I was saying, if Jack Kirby was like Stan Lee's right hand man, then the Amazing Barb, he was his girl Friday. She was always there with him, telling him, Stan, this isn't gonna work, or Stan, maybe if you could do this, it'll be better that way. She was his voice of reason, like his wife. And so, she's just one of the best she's one of the best comic book minds ever. Like, she wrote, let me see what she wrote. Wow, I didn't know she wrote Monica Rambeau's Captain Marvel.
She is Captain Marvel.
Yeah.
We need that Batman thing. Whenever somebody goes to do some research.
Wiki. I love wikis.
Yeah. So she helped write the Savage Hulk, the Savage She-Hulk, and she even helped with making the sensational She-Hulk.
Ooh. Megan, through your how long have you had your channel up for so far?
I think she said
she's on a BRB. She'll be back in just a moment.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I was looking at my picture. I had no.
I think it's for about 2 years or so, maybe less than that.
Yeah.
That's what when she comes back. Megan, what is your issue 0?
Right. Well, how about you, Eric? With your channel, what kind of plans do you have with yours coming up, or is there any kind of like goals that you have with yours? Anything that you want to do with it, or are you just doing it
Yeah.
for the
I want to be what Gary Beekler called that second string that's going to, like, pick up the banners when they fall.
Because you've
When
got the
they,
ability to do it, man. You've got that that knowledge and the ability to speak and interact with the guests.
thank
So
you.
it's definitely in your alley,
Yeah, and
100%.
it's a good application of, like, my like natural gifts, of just the gift of gab,
Right, right.
and this is like the biggest coffee table in the world, and
Hmm.
you're pulling up to the coffee table and having some old fashioned talks with your friends over the coffee table,
There you
you
go.
used to have, we
Right.
used to chain smoke and drink and just shoot the shit all night.
Ah,
And
bring
here
it
we have
back.
it once again. Yeah, and I just and my plans for my channel, I want to grow it,
Hmm.
and because I have a day job, so it's more of like I do this, but this is a really good way to apply my attention and a place to put my energy.
Gotcha.
And I've benefited from a lot of these like relationships that we develop over time and online, such as
Hmm.
we have right here, right now, and
Right.
then there's the IRL stuff that, like, we are the ones that show up to meetups.
Right.
You know what I mean? And
Mhm.
yeah, Megan showed up to a meetup. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're going to
Hi.
Orlando.
With their boots and all.
Yeah. And I just came from a meetup a couple of weeks ago. Like, Bandito is like, have you done a meetup yet?
No, never.
Is that in your plans? Would you like?
Do
I
one.
I would like to do a meetup, but I'm very introverted.
Sure. You
Dude,
just
don't
described all
mind.
of us.
Okay.
We come alive out here when we're around each other, and then that just picks up naturally
You
when
just
we're with each
find
other.
the other introverts.
Yeah.
You hang
We're
out.
all, yeah.
Most of them are.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're all more
Yeah.
comfortable online than real life.
Exactly.
But
I
then you
live.
get to the house and a few drinks in this, if that's your thing, it just becomes really nice to, just you're sitting next to somebody, and you're both cosplaying or something, and you just came back from a con, and it's just it really, it's charming, the sense of community. We really, it's very nice. We built it.
Yeah, I live in a small town just in the North Bay, and
Mhm.
I only have one comic book shop and one game shop,
Uh-huh.
and I'm very introverted, and
Mhm.
I don't like going outside much,
Sure. I
but
mean,
I do like hanging out with you guys online, and I think it's really bringing me out. I'm
good.
even I'm even
Yeah.
writing I'm even writing right now because I've been having writer's block for the
Mhm.
past 1.5 years, and I'm starting to write again, and
That's a good thing.
I feel like I could thank you guys for
You're
this.
welcome.
Hey, no problem at all. But I
If you
mean,
make content, like, you can always do audiobooks of your own material, and we'll tune in and we'll like it and we'll pimp it.
Mhm.
Exactly.
Actually, I'm writing a rough draft of a comic book that I hope to put on Indiegogo.
That's so cool.
Yeah, it's basically like putting the Beastmaster, G.I. Joe, and the Goonies, and put it together with cryptozoology. It's going to be called Crypt Whisperer.
Hmm.
I basically came up with this idea during the pandemic because I was watching so many videos about how people like Vita Ayala, Kelly Sudakane, and like other people who were tearing down the industry, and
Mhm.
and they were like, and they were a lot of them were online saying, if you don't like it, write your own material. And I'm like, all right, fine,
Okay.
I will.
Yes. Yeah, and that's the
Okay.
spirit of, like, these independent creators.
And
That's great. I'm interested in picking up War Party. Tell your men later on.
yeah,
I think you got a couple. You
Oh,
got a
I should put
couple
the
of,
link in. I was gonna put the
yes.
Indiegogo link. I'm sorry.
I see
Drop
it.
it in the private chat, and I'll cut and paste
I
it.
see it. The art looks great.
Please.
The art looks great.
I'm a history buff. I'm going to forget more about the Civil War than most people will remember. I mean,
Now,
yeah, I'm that good. People, Jeopardy, don't Civil War trivia. Don't be on the other side.
now are these are the is this like this super team skinwalkers?
Yes. Yes, basically.
Yes, I'm a big cryptozoology nut.
There it is. No,
Thank you,
it's
Megan.
you're welcome. It's really awesome. He writes it himself and he's illustrating it himself, which is super cool.
Nice.
Yeah, I love cryptozoology, and I love listening to the stories of um, encounters with these creatures.
Mm.
Like in Crypt Whisperer, I'm basically having like, what if all these cryptids came together and made a super team to stop a threat? And so I'm putting like Bigfoot, the Michigan Dog Man, the Jersey Devil, the Mothman, the Chupacabra, and I'm making them all. I'm having to be like, and the Dover Demon, and I'm making them all having them all be this superhero team.
Nice.
So I told James this, and he came up with some great art with it.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so we worked on this together for when was it? Like 2 years ago?
Yeah, I got in contact
Yeah.
with you during the pandemic.
Yeah.
And that's when I started writing and coming up with the backgrounds of the characters.
Right. So Bandito Bane is the reason that I got into this in the first place.
Nice.
We haven't really talked about this online yet, but on a live stream. But we as he said, he's going through a bit of a writer's block. So while he's getting all that situated, I was just like continuing my journey through this comic art. Like I'm trying to get better at it. And then I met up with Tom, and then we started working our things. But I've done like a bunch of character designs for his the story. So, hopefully one day that'll come to light.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oopsie.
And I have just picked up my copies of War Party.
Oh,
yeah.
look at that.
I clicked it, and then I said, yes, send that. Is it $25, and you get issues 1 through 6. I think that's
Wow.
really, I like that bundle. You know what I mean? There was a $50 version where you get all the variants, but you know what? With shipping and handling, it was $39 altogether. And I think that's really cool. Yeah.
Have you picked up Crimson Wren yet?
No, I haven't. That's Neons, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Neon and Geeky Sparkles.
And I haven't picked up my ISOM yet either, but I'm gonna wait till when
I
that's almost closing.
I already picked up my ISOM. But
Really?
Speaking of ISOM, he put out a figure this month, and he outsold manga.
Whoa.
If they proverbially if they put ISOM into like the top graphic novels sold, he basically outsold manga. And this is making the comic book reporters furious.
Isn't it funny how they won't really they won't
mad
report on
anyway.
them?
Yeah. Huh?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
it shows like
Eddie.
Here's something to look up. It's called yellow journalism. Are you familiar with this term?
No, I'm not.
No. All righty, let me just pull this up really quick, because this happened in the early 20th century when newspapers were the major information, dispersal thing. And yellow journalism yellow journalism and yellow press are American terms for journalism and associated newspapers that present little or no legitimate, well-researched news, while instead using eye-catching headlines for increased sales.
Sounds like
Techniques
something.
may include exaggerations of news events, scandal mongering, or sensationalism.
That's pretty much the epitome of what's going on right now, right?
Yes, we call it clickbait
Yeah.
and shill media today. But yeah, the yellow journalism is it's been going on.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
one of the driving principles of the newspaper industry.
Yeah, Neon says that they've been using hate, that they've been writing what they wanted, which basically amounted to political jargon on either a comic book site or a video game site, and they would but they would keep doing it because they had ad revenue. But now the ad revenue is drying up, and now they have to. Some of them are getting let go, and they become even more saltier than they were before.
Well, yeah, because you're on your like it's an injured animal. That's when they're at their most lethal state. When they're
well, we have our outrage stations that we all watch. They do as well, right? And we seem to be, just poking each other in this whole Civil War thing,
Yeah.
Wow. But their outrage channels are like pretty weak sauce, but
oh. I remember a couple of these people, or 4 of these people, they got together, and they were actually celebrating that they were actually able to end Cecil's partnership with Dynamite Comics.
Yeah, of course. It's probably the same cats that keep a track on his Twitter to make sure he's not out there tweeting.
Wow, man! Imagine living for that purpose.
Yeah, I mean, wow.
Yeah,
it's
sad.
like what your boy Zach says. Under no circumstances contact any of these people. They are hateful.
Yeah,
I believe him.
Yeah, there were. I remember Wes read an article of this guy. Hang on one second. There's dogs yapping in the background.
I was wondering whose pups they were. Here's a boop for Megan's dogs, and here's a boop for Bane's dogs. Please boop your dogs for me later. I love dogs. And those are noses that need boops. Please. I do. Look at that. He's looking right at us. It's Gandalf. He's staring at us with his cold
He really
eyes.
is.
He really is.
Yeah, I'm taking that coal to I think that coal part of the description kind of made its way into there.
Damn.
And I'm not going for like the kind look, but I'm going for that. Maybe it's because I'm doing it because of the whole Amazon's, bastardization of what they consider to be their adaptation of Tolkien, which it isn't. And so maybe this is just like the what are you doing, asshole? Right? Like that stare. It
Judging
could be that.
you.
Hey,
I don't know, like because
looking into your
that's
soul.
Like exactly.
Yeah.
It's that subconscious or not subconscious, but maybe your unconscious additions to the picture that I'm not even conscious of doing. It's just coming out in the painting as it's going along.
To remind me of one of the story beats, this is the look in his eyes, like spiritually, that he had talking to Bilbo about about the ring at the beginning of the movie. You know what I mean?
Right.
And that kind of seriousness that
Do not consider me of a conjurer of tricks. I am only here to help you. I can relate with that when Bilbo first goes into the house to Bilbo's. Yeah, because I hit my head in Japan on all the doorways here constantly. It's a daily thing.
It's a hot. You live in the Shire.
I basically do. Oh my gosh! So today behind my house, there's There's an elderly lady, and she's about 90 years old, and she is hobbit size. I mean, like she basically comes up to my waist, right? Because a lot of the Japanese ladies here, you see a lot of, especially with the ladies, as they grow older, they get hunchbacked. Like they're literally like they're 90 degrees. It's sad to see because there's got to be pain involved. But it's just she's just one of these really, really short ladies, and she's got these really tall fig trees. So I went in there today, yesterday, and got my ladder out and cut down a bunch of the figs off the tree for her. And then she was just speaking to me today, and I was like, you know what? If there were like really hobbits in the world, I would be speaking to one right now. This is what a hobbit would look like. It's really, really short. Very nice lady, though. Very cute. But yeah. what were we talking about? I can't remember.
This, that, and the other thing.
Yeah,
We're talking about everything.
Megan, I was gonna ask you before you left there earlier. So
Oh,
you've
sorry.
had your channel up for like how long?
I think I like actually made it like in January, but I didn't really start doing stuff until like February, March.
Okay,
Mhm.
so
Yeah.
very new. What would you say, like on your path so far? What are some discoveries that you made that you have really like kind of not shocked you, but really well, maybe surprised you, or some stuff that you found really interesting, or there's some discoveries that you've made that through like these interviews or the research that you've done through your channel. What are some things that you've discovered that you're really surprised about?
Well, I was actually really surprised about how accepting everybody was of such a normie like coming in to
Uh-huh.
this world, because I had been thinking about starting a channel for like a year and I didn't, because I was so afraid, because I knew nothing. And I look at all these people, I'm like, oh wow, they know so much. And they like live and breathe this, and I
Yeah.
don't. Not yet. Like I was actually expecting people to jump all over me and be like super judgmental, and yeah. But nobody has.
Yeah.
I did not
just wanna-
expect the type of support and encouragement I've gotten. Like that actually really surprised me.
That's a misconception a lot of people have,
Mm.
We're the
that they
bad
think
guys.
that people who are very super fans who love comic books or geek fandom in general, that we're gatekeepers and we keep those who the normies out. But we want people to love what we want, because we're like in normal schools, we were basically the outcasts. And
Mhm.
when people show interest in culture that we like, then we'll embrace that culture. We'll embrace
Exactly. You
that.
want to
We'll
share
embrace
what you're
them and
loved and
bring.
passionate about.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. Bring people to the conversation.
Yeah. And it's like it sounds weird. Okay, I don't want to sound contrary, but it's to anything or even new people. But when new people enter any space of a fandom, whether it's a sports team, role-playing games, or even a church, you're asked to accept the tenets and culture of that pre-existing space,
Mm.
and not to come in and demand changes based upon what you learned at college or what you're being told to by people, like by your mutuals. You're coming
Right.
into this space of Doctor Who. It's always been this way, and it's not that we wouldn't have accepted a female doctor, but just or we wouldn't have accepted the wonderful story of how Michael Burnham became captain of the USS Discovery. I'm a Star Trek fan, man. That sounds like a great story to me.
Yeah.
But is it, how was it done? And again, like I got blocked by Star Trek at CBS All Access and therefore Paramount Plus. How am I supposed to want to be a part of this experience?
Right.
Am I supposed to just blindly give them my money and attention, and talk about new Star Trek and like it while they judged me and othered me? I mean, I didn't even say anything that caustic. A little salty. Used no swear words. It wasn't, it wasn't harassing, but
Right.
all the same,
Yeah.
here you go. I mean, how am I supposed to want to be part of that? Isn't that gatekeeping?
And I don't think you should be a part of that if it's something where, I mean, just because you love something doesn't mean that they could take advantage of that and make accusations that you're not a true fan because you don't accept everything that they do. That's
I got 13 Eagle Moss just in Star Trek right here. I got all the Enterprises, all the real Enterprises before 2009. I've got the entire movies and series on physical media. And thank you, Robert Meyer Burnett, for being a big part of my life. And because that individual inspired me to get physical media. And,
right. Oh, yes, definitely.
And keep your shelves, man. Yes.
true story. I wanted to go to a Star Trek convention.
Oh, check it out.
So
Yeah.
I could get Leonard Nimoy to sign my VHS copy of Transformers the movie.
That would be
Oh,
cool.
yeah,
Galvatron
yeah.
himself.
Yes, because he was the voice of Galvatron.
Yeah. I got a picture with John Delancey, who played Q on Star Trek
Really?
Next Generation.
Yeah, I
$50.
saw that picture. You
Yeah.
put that up on Twitter.
Yeah, $50 for a selfie. But you know what? Jonathan Frakes was right next to him, Commander Riker. He had a long line, and Q had nobody in his line. I got to talk to John Delancey for 5 minutes, and there was no one behind me. And so I got to have a moment with him, and that was great. And we just exchanged some stories, blah blah, woof woof. And I got to tell him like about okay, it's a Star Trek thing. It's called Id Plebnista, and it's from he's like, what's that? And I said, well, sir, it's from the original series, from the episode The Omega Glory. And here I am. I'm a Trekkie. I'm having this Trekkie moment, man, with Q. And he didn't know what Ed Plebnista was, or he was unfamiliar with this episode. But I got to say, this is the one where Kirk and Spock beam down to the planet, and it's an alternate America where they have this constitution and they misread it. And Kirk says, Id Plebnista, no, we the people. This matters for the Yangs and the Kongs, or it doesn't matter at all. And I was like, this is social commentary. And it was just like, I got a kind of, I don't know if I got a nod or an approval. I don't want to make your story up for him, but he was like, And that was the end of our conversation. And it was so nice to meet him. He was a very charming guy.
Sorry, welcome Blair to Blair, and
welcome.
thank you, Captain Fandom Nerd. I'm glad you like what's going on in this
Hello,
piece. And
Captain.
Jaffo brings up a point here, just to go back to the whole fandom and everything. What people don't like are posers. If you are new, just be honest about it and learn. Don't claim to know or care, then demand change because your products are better. Exactly. Just be in there with an open mind. And so for me, Megan, I would say that we are on the same level when it comes to. In fact, you probably might be above me now, just because everything that you're learning. I bring these guys on here to talk as well because they know what they're talking about. I'm very surface level when it comes to a lot of the the geekdom out there. But I love it, and I love hearing all the knowledge that people drop. So I felt the same way that you did too. It's like, oh, I feel like a poser all the time because I don't know as much. But then you just hang out with everybody, and they're just so cool. They're genuinely cool. Just really, really open-minded, fun people to be around. And that's what I got at the meetup. And I understand exactly what you're coming from. When it comes to movies and stuff, I think I have a lot more knowledge about, things than maybe the average person. But it's something that I will never think that I'm, the pinnacle of knowledge when it comes to one certain thing. I'm always out there trying to, that desire to learn, though, that's something that people respect, and that's what you've got. That's what's great about what you do.
Speaking about Q, I've always seen him like a Nyarlathotep kind of being, because he was like in Lovecraft's mythos. Nyarlathotep was always the one outer god which messed with humanity. He found pleasure in it, while the rest of the outer gods, such as Nogs, like Dagon or Cthulhu or Nog-Sigarath, they only saw humanity as ants. And Nyarlathotep just wanted to just loved toying with humanity. He was basically the Cthulhu's version of Lucifer, always making deals and promising people what they wanted in their wildest dreams, and he would make it so, but it would always come with a price. And I always loved that about the writing about Q in Star Trek. That's why I thought that Next Generation was one of my favorite series of Star Trek. That and Deep Space Nine. I loved Deep Space Nine because it started with Deep Space Nine. They would begin the concept with alternate dimensions with the wormhole, and this was something that was brought up by Professor Hawkins, and they did an entire movie about his research of wormholes. And what was that movie with?
Yeah, it was called The Theory of Everything.
No, but
no, not that one.
No, I'm talking about the one where they went where the astronauts went into the wormhole.
Oh, Interstellar.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah. One of my favorite movies from Nolan, by the way.
I give that, like, I love Nolan's movies, kind of. He's hit or miss with me, but I bring it back to a baseball metaphor. Those who get on base strike out a lot because they are aiming for the ball and they get hits. But the best hitters strike out a lot more than your average player.
Right.
Yeah.
And Interstellar was a mixed bag for me because that act 3 was so unsatisfying, but the rest of the movie was pretty darn good.
Yeah, and this movie was created all through theories that
they had what's his face on. They had the scientist, the astrophysicist,
Neil Tyson.
No. They had the one who specializes in black holes.
The British guy.
Thorne. Was it Thorne? Kip Thorne? I think it was Kip Thorne. Let me research this real quick. Kip Thorne, Interstellar.
I mean, their depiction of a black hole ended up being what a black hole looks like.
Theoretical physicist, and they had him. They've actually got a documentary with him in it. There's an audiobook. There's a book out there, The Science of Interstellar.
Yeah,
and it's with Kip Thorne. He's so for me, just seeing a black hole on screen like that, for me, it was like seeing dragons in Game of Thrones. When the dragons made their appearance, like seeing a black hole in a movie like that was like, yes, finally, So
I like the design of the robot helpers.
Those
are
cool.
That was just, it was so functional and it was so good, and especially when he rescued McConaughey too. I was like, just turning into a rotating thing, and he, whoa. That's a really practical design for a robot. I love that. I love sci-fi like that too.
The robots were not too complicated. They were just simple designs.
Very simplistic. Yes.
Yeah.
They were squares, they were basically like 80s like design of cars and things like that, just really box like. But they were sufficient in there's a graphic design term where you have your balance between what is it called? I always forget this for some stupid reason. Like, I am forgetting it again. Basically, you design something and you have to try to have a balance with how it looks and how it performs. And then sometimes people, like, you get a lot of designs that are just basically concentrating on what the performance is, and you kill the design. Not just all. I think it's something like that, Jaffo, but it's two terms, and a great example of it was like the streamline design, because that was all about the looks. But practicality and functionality and something else. Can't remember what it was. Function and design. Of course, function and design. There it is. You have to have a balance of function and design. But with those robots, it was just like function, 100%. Like, let's keep them in this box form. But it's still cool, though, right. Even though it is a very simple design. Jaffo knows his design stuff, by the way. The guy's an artistic
form versus Funyuns. What? I love Funyuns.
Yummy. Yeah.
Oh, did you just say Thor versus Funyuns?
Form. Form versus I'm just ripping on something Jaffo said in the chat.
Yeah.
Gestalt. Hey, he was in Witcher, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that's a joke. Sorry.
He really came together in the end.
Gestalt. Form versus function. That's the one. Oh, form versus function. Thank you. There it is.
Oh, speaking about Witcher, Henry Cavill. Do you hear rumors that he might play James Bond?
That would be cool.
Yeah, he should.
I mean, I got a man crush on that guy, and he has played James Bond. If he plays James Bond, then he'll be like one of the greatest seasoned actors because he's played Superman, he's played Geralt of Rivia, he's played Sherlock Holmes.
This is true.
I like. Oh, so go ahead.
And he says one of his dream projects is to be able to be in a live action role playing. To be in a live action movie or series of Warhammer 40K because he's been a fan of that since he was a little kid. And he was actually on an interview, and they actually said that he would be a great Inquisitor. I forget the name of the character, but he said he would rather play a Space Marine. Because the Space Marines in Warhammer fiction, the Space Marines were the arms of the Emperor or the hands of the Emperor. And Warhammer lore is very in depth. Like I would.
Oh yeah, if you guys are crazy.
Yeah,
talk about an impenetrable lore that deserves to be gatekept too. I mean,
yeah, but if you really want to go and get into any of this lore, hang on. There is a site. Here we go. Let me put it up.
Sorry, look at this over here.
Warhammer is actually a great example. You don't need to have a big faked outrage to be like, we need representation and especially women Marines in this story. You just make stories.
Yeah.
And that adds to the lore. It's not about fixing something, a social injustice. It just make a story, add to the lore, and it just gets enveloped in it. And it's not this forced ingredient. Just like you can have as many stories as you want about any, group of Marines. All I know is that until recently, there were no women Marines, correct?
No, actually, there still aren't any women Marines, but they have the women who are wearing the armor are called Sisters of Battle, and the armor that they're wearing is so nerfed that they could actually wear it, but they need to train their bodies so hard that they're at the peak of physical condition.
Yeah, sure.
So the site I just put up is Luton 909, and he does some great Warhammer lore videos. He also does Warhammer painting, where he paints miniatures.
Oh wow, he's a big boy. He's got 651K subscribers.
Wow,
yeah. I'm almost there. What are you talking about?
He got a video 2 days ago that had 183K views.
Yeah,
wow.
Yeah, it's just going on about lore. Yeah, this is good. All right.
Yeah, he will go on and about lore. And one of my favorite videos of his is the lore of the orcs of Warhammer 40K. Now the orcs are different from like fantasy orcs because they're not born; they're grown from mushrooms.
Okay.
And they have. And
seems like it's like space Tolkien, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, and there's no female orcs. They're just grown from mushrooms, and they're violent and set in their ways, and they will fight anyone, including themselves, as long as they find good scrap, and will fight for their gods, Mork and Orc. Now, their gods, Mork and Orc.
Oh, they're going to say Mork and Mindy.
Yeah. Mork. Now this is funny. Mork is cunning. It is brutal yet cunning, while Orc is cunning yet brutal. And while it sounds confusing, they say it like that. They'll say it like this: Mork is the god of cutting, bashing, and killing, but Orc is the god of cutting, bashing, and killing, but only from behind.
Oh.
I find it because I find it funny because they the orcs sound like a joke race, yet they're so brutal, so surgical, and they became one of the best things of Warhammer. People love orcs, and they love their war cry.
Are they all male, or are they like kind of like non-binary eunuch kind of thing?
They're kind of like a non-binary eunuch because they're grown from mushrooms, but they all look male.
Okay.
And one of the things that the orcs do is they create their own type of machinery. They'll bash things together and they'll make it work, even though it would not supposed to work. It just works. And they think, and it's basically kind of like a psychic power that they have. Like, I think, therefore I am. So they just think it'll work. So they'll put it together, and they'll think it'll work, and it's basically like this. Looks like a bunch of scrap metal tossed together with guns and big rockets and a big red button to make it go faster. And all of a sudden it's tearing through 20 space marines. So it is like, if you want to know more, look up the Luton 09 video of the orcs.
Indeed.
So yeah. All right.
Yeah. It's just saying, I love how James has great use of light source.
Yeah, thank you. I saw that comment.
And the glow from the staff on his eyes and on his beard.
Yeah. Yeah.
The hat. It's just layering it over and over and over again to try to. But so I'm trying not to use white as much as possible, only in the really, really, really white parts. But you can still mix white with your colors.
Yes.
But what I like to do is, like, I have like a certain color in mind, and then I'll use black and whites to get darks or lights of it, to get hues of it. So just trying with this style, with this painting style, just trying to use pure white as little as possible.
I like that. I like that bluish gray you're going with.
I'm really trying to just even though, like, he is Gandalf the Grey, I'm trying not to use gray, if you know what I mean.
Right. Because
I'm trying to use black as my base color and then build on top of that to make it look like it's grayish.
It looks like it's nighttime. It could be it's nighttime, and this is gray as seen with the light source.
Exactly. This is Gandalf in the Mines of Moria.
See, that's what I was thinking as well, like in the Mines of Moria, or maybe some other kind of venture he's on that we haven't actually seen in the movies.
Walking home from the pub.
There we go.
He's a little pissed.
He's on a Hobbit. He's on a Hobbit pub crawl.
Yeah.
Also, there was also this one in the Hobbit. This one part in the Hobbit where he was in the towers, where he was in the southern towers looking for a necromancer, which turned out to be Sauron, and he also and he also had the crystal on his staff.
That could be it right there.
Yeah.
Like man, this is just fun to do, though. This is the first time I've ever painted Gandalf, so just having fun with it. I'm getting lost.
Yeah, next time, I would like to see you try and attempt Strider. Or
I was debating about doing that, but for some reason, of the Gandalf was the first one that, you know what, I'm going to do a whole series during this whole Amazon season. Just do maybe one a week or one a month of a different character. I really want to do Galadriel. That would probably be my next one, Galadriel, and then maybe a Strider.
Yeah, but remember, Aragorn is white, not black. Like, no matter how much Wizards of the Coast tries to tell you that Strider is black, he's white.
Can I make him Latino?
I'm Mexican, but I love the character of Strider, and I wouldn't want to see him as any color than Ray.
Darn it.
Oh,
All right. Well,
Megan.
at least
Megan
I
looks
tried.
a little lost.
Just a little, but I'm okay.
Yeah, basically, Wizards of the Coast were going to release a Magic the Gathering card set, which showed characters of Lord of the Rings for the upcoming Amazon show. Yet,
okay.
and they showed one of the people were wondering if they were going to like dilute it with identity politics and everything, like they did with the show. But the first picture they had was Gandalf the Grey at Bilbo Baggins' birthday party, and it looked pretty good. But then they released an entire set, and it had Aragorn portrayed as an African American with short hair instead of a white male with long hair.
Mm.
And a lot of people were upset because they basically changed the character because they thought people would relate more to Aragorn if he was the same skin color as it. But you can relate to any type of character, no matter the skin color. I mean, I'm not white. I can't shoot webs and I can't climb walls, but I like relating to Spider-Man because he always had, even though he has super problems and he has super problems, and he has
the Parker luck,
everyday problems, and I always feel like I have that Parker luck because I have bipolar disorder and I have everyday problems going on. Mm-hmm. So I would relate to Peter Parker, even though and Stan Lee wanted everybody to relate to Peter Parker. That's why he gave him a mask.
Right.
So he made him an everyman.
Mm-hmm.
And guess what? A lot of people do relate with him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's why a lot of people were upset when Marvel tried to replace him with Miles Morales. Even though Miles Morales is a great character, people really like Peter Parker more because he's such an established character.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
This makes sense.
I don't think it was an outright replace, though. I think it was a purposeful power sharing. Yeah, no.
Maybe they're just trying to place more emphasis on him and make him bigger, more popular.
Oh, Miles worked when he had his own world,
where
he had the room to actually be Spider-Man.
Yeah, he had a place to grow in the Ultimate Universe. He had a place to grow and live up to the role that Peter left him after he died.
Yeah, that was a compelling story. I loved Ultimate Spider-Man. I've read every issue of that. Even going back to Marvel Ultimate Team Up, that was a good magazine, and that it showed off the new versions of these characters. Yeah. And I was just getting back into comic books after a lapse, and it was reading Ultimate Spider-Man was a great time to be a comic book fan because that thing published monthly. They didn't skip a beat with that magazine. And it really established the new Marvel formula of 6 issues arc, trade paperback. But I had mostly floppies, and
I loved the Ultimate Spider-Man and the Ultimate X-Men.
Yeah.
And Mark Millar, and I think Mark Millar did a great job with the Ultimates.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It was, yeah. That's Brian Hitchworth.
Mark Millar, he is such a cool guy. I mean, he is the guy who these current day comic book writers inspire to be. He has gone up the ladder and wrote screenplays for TVs and movies, yet he goes back to writing comic books because he loves comic books.
Hey, Megan, have you read any Mark Millar, any of his Marvel work or any of his Millarverse?
I don't think so.
Like Kick-Ass? You know the movie Kick-Ass with Nick Cage?
Yeah, no, I don't.
Yeah.
Pick up King of Spies, really good.
I like Kick-Ass. Kick-Ass 1, Kick-Ass 2 is pretty good. Kick-Ass 3, nah.
Yeah.
Did you guys see Kick-Ass 2, the movie?
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
wheat sauce because they
That's what I
messed
heard.
with the recipe too much.
Yeah.
Yeah, there wasn't Hit Girl by the end. I mean, it's just Mindy's a completely differently motivated individual and very
Yeah.
well trained.
Yeah.
Hit Girl's a real fun ride.
Yeah, I really
Megan, yeah.
enjoyed that first movie. I
Yeah.
never watched the second movie because I just heard so much bad reviews about it. And
Yeah, and they tinker with the bad guy, Christopher. What's his name?
Yeah.
Or, I forget his name now, but
McLovin?
yeah, McLovin. They tinkered with his intrinsic character too much too.
Yeah. So yeah, King of Spies is Megan. King of Spies is really good.
He did the Kingsman as well.
Yes, he did Kingsman.
Yeah.
He also did Jupiter's Descendants.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see.
He did a good one. It was 3 issues long. It was quick. It was one and done kind of thing. It was called RPM, and it's about these kids that find, like these urban kids, that they find some super speed potion that the government is looking for, and so they're committing petty crimes and stuff. And
I've heard about this.
This is a fun story, and it just ends so well because 3 issues, 3 acts, you know, and it's just simple storytelling, like crafted storytelling, story beats, setup, payoff. Everything works because all the parts work.
I really loved Nemesis.
I didn't get into that one.
Yeah, that was like if Batman became a villain and he went after Commissioner Gordon. So it's like a really good like subverting of expectations where Batman
was good.
Batman. If Batman was used all his wealth and influence to become a villain, and he went after Commissioner Gordon instead of like people like the Joker. So yeah, like you should look up Nemesis or the Kingsman, maybe King of Spies. I think he has a new one called, I think, Midnight Club. Yeah, Midnight Club. I really want to get into that because I grew up. When I was growing up, I had an aunt living with me who loved watching Mexican the Mexican television network, and they would have. And I loved watching Mexican wrestling. And one of the wrestlers on there was known as El Santo. And El Santo also did movies. And they were these cheesy universal level of movies, and they were just so exciting, and they were always like El Santo versus Dracula, El Santo versus the Wolfman, and they even had one on Mystery Science Theater which was called Samson versus the Vampire Women.
Oh man,
that sounds fun.
Yeah,
I love vampire movies.
Yeah, and the story is, what if 3 teenage vampires decided to, instead of being monsters, they decide to become superheroes. So they don luchador mask and start fighting crime.
Yeah, and it's going to sell for $1.99 an issue as a floppy at a comic book store.
Yeah,
and I heard an actual interesting counterpoint to that. Brian Hibbs, we all know the guy's name. He knows Gary Beekler, and he said he's not going to be selling this in his remaining store because I believe so. This is what I read last week or so, because he's not going to make any money off of it. So he's not going to order it. He was like, yeah, this is a great idea, but I'm a retailer. I need to make money to keep the lights on and to pay my staff.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to make anything off of ordering this comic book. So I'm not going to. So I didn't expect to hear that point of view and for me to respect it. So
yeah,
because I'm all for it. It's a $1.99 comic book, and to get to get younger people to buy comic books, that would be a good step forward. A lot of that has to do with cover price, in my humble opinion.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
Well, I'm in the I threw this out on Nerdrotic stream member streams. I went on there a few times. I just haven't had the time to do this as of late. But I told when we got into the talk about prices for comics and everything, and just like the way that you treated comics, I told him, like, here over in Japan, people, they get like their Jump magazines with the comics in it, with the manga, with their stories, and they just leave them on benches, or they just throw them in the trash can. And it's just, they get them for the stories. They read them and they get rid of them.
I
But
love
the price is cheap. Yeah. And it's done on like really cheap paper, but it has that kind of feeling about it though too. That's really cool. And people take their manga, when they're done with it, they take them back to used bookstores, and they sell them back there for, of course, cheap prices, and people buy them back for cheap prices as well. So it's just like, the cheaper it is, the more people are going to have access to it. So why not? Why not do that? Just my idea though.
Yeah,
Who am I?
I actually think that Midnight Club will sell more than Amelia Clark's Mother of Madness, because that comic book was terrible. I mean, it had an interesting idea of a single mother becoming a superhero, but it was like feminist propaganda at its highest.
Propaganda. Down with that. I went to my spinner rack. I had an old copy of Shonen Jump.
Really?
And I just was going to show it off, because it's phone book sized.
Yes.
It's flimsy. The paper quality is so cheap. And I realized it's not there anymore. I must have thrown it out.
Oh,
because it was
down with you. Down.
Sorry, you must minimize me
again.
Yeah, to the chopper.
Give you a spot.
But yeah, just to show. I mean, if you can look it up, like, just it's flimsy paper, and it's like colored paper. Different stories have different colors, not on purpose. It's just printed on this, like, on refuse recycled paper.
And the paper is all like different colors too, depending on the story. So like, it'll be on blue paper, and then it'll be like a yellow paper or a pink paper.
And it's just because that's what they have on hand. And the cover price is like, it's so wicked cheap for this weekly installment, but you get also, it's an anthology, like 20 different stories. And they're all on the gamut of, like, they're not all mecha, or kaiju. There's like cooking stories and stories for quote unquote.
There is a manga for every single thing in the world. Like, how do I put on which sock do I put on first in the morning? There's a manga about that. I promise you.
Chuck Dixon said his favorite manga is about fishing.
That's great.
It's just fishing, not vampires fishing, not fishing in a post-apocalyptic future, but fishing. That's his favorite manga. And James loves a manga about basketball.
Oh yeah, Slam Dunk. I love it. It's great. That was whenever I first got into studying Japanese, and I did my my exchange. What is it called? Yeah, the exchange program. Yeah, student exchange program. One of the first things I like bought to study Japanese was manga, because full of illustrations, very little dialogue, but it was a fun way to study. And so when people actually ask me, how do I study English? What are some good ways? Like, I might want to start with some comic books,
old ones.
Full of illustrations. Yeah, old school ones. Yeah.
Megan will tell you, Megan, I love your content, because I think you figured out pretty quickly, if you don't mind me saying, that the new stuff sucks and the old stuff is like where it's at.
Yeah.
Like, I respect I love your taste with going with Berserk. Because
that's one of the few new ones I'm finding I enjoy. Yeah.
Because I'm convinced that Amelia Clark tried doing Mother of Madness after she saw Keanu Reeves was doing a comic book.
Why not?
And she wanted to see if she could outsell him. But right now, every copy of Mother of Madness is collecting dust, along with Maneater and Bitch Planet on top of the fourth shelf at every comic book store.
What about Wesley Snipes' comic book?
I'm not sure it came out yet.
I've seen pictures of it, but I didn't know if it's come out or not. Yeah. Oh boy, we've been on here for 3.5 hours. I didn't even
Yeah,
notice.
this is one of my favorite parts of the show when James realizes what the time is.
Yeah. I get lost. I literally get lost whenever I'm painting or drawing, and I just lose complete track of everything. Reality.
This is it's looking good, man.
Yeah,
thanks.
It's
starting to
it
pop
just
out.
went on Kickstarter this month, in the beginning of this month. It's called Exiled.
Right.
The Exiled. The art looks great, actually.
Yeah, the art looked really great. What I saw of it.
Yeah.
What I saw of it.
He actually got a let's see, who did he get on his team?
He got the colorist from Comicsgate, right?
Kyle Ryder?
Didn't he?
Or the other guy?
Am I wrong? I could be wrong about that.
Gabe El Tayyib.
Gabe El Tayyib.
Yeah,
that's our friend Gabe. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's another guy too.
You know what? I'm not going to really go into detail with this hand down here. I don't even know if you guys can have noticed, but he's got a sword right here.
Oh.
Yeah, so I'm not really going to go into too much detail with his hand. I want it to kind of sit in the background.
The faux hammer.
Yeah.
You're being distracted by the light, and you don't expect the blade.
Exactly. This is very subtle.
It's Keith. He's working with Keith Aram, the co-creator, Adam Lawson, Gabriel Santos is the artist. Valentina Bianchi.
That sounds familiar.
Yeah, she's the colorist.
Right.
So yeah, that looks like a good team. I'm gonna support it. I love these old school comic books, and this looks like an old school comic book. And looks like he even has a sculptor for a sculpt. I'm not gonna jump in for the sculptor, but this kind of looks like Aliens meets Terminator meets Blade Runner.
I could dig that. All right, here, controversial topic: Alien or Aliens? I'll go first. Do you guys want me to go first?
Sure.
Yeah.
Alien. And I'm the same with Terminator and Terminator 2. I'm Terminator.
Terminator 2.
No, I'm Terminator. First one.
I'm Terminator 2.
Yeah.
But I will go with please don't hate me, James. Aliens.
No, I don't hate you. It's a great movie.
Yeah.
2 with Cameron movies, too.
It's one of the things that I like about Aliens is because the Marines, they went in there all cocky, thinking that it was just another mission.
Yeah.
But when the shit hits the fan, they are so out they are so out of their element that they're like just completely past the point of morale. They're basically turning on each other, and they want to find a way to get off this planet. But it kind of makes sense that the only one that makes sense that is the calmest is the android, because he has very little emotion.
Right.
And Bill Paxton's character was great.
Yeah.
Game over, man. Game over.
Classic line. What about you, Eric?
I'm going to be a dark horse, and I love them both. Because that movie I saw as a small child when it came out, and it was just it's scary. It is a really good thriller horror movie, sci-fi movie. and just as another layer to it by making it an action adventure movie.
Yeah.
But I was critical of 3 when it came out, and I recently bought a 6-pack of all the Aliens movies just for 1 and 2, and I watched them all just because I felt, you know what, do it,
Why
watch
not?
them
Yeah.
all, make some content too while you're at it. So I watched the factory cut Alien 3, which is like, it's got some added scenes to it. And we're Game of Thrones fans. Charles Dance is the male lead.
He is.
Really?
Yep.
And he's a really good actor.
Very
And
excellent actor.
yes, and I was just so through this, it's been literal decades since I've seen this movie. It's not bad at all. It fits quite well in the alien overstory. She has some of the early, it was one of the earliest places after Terminator 2 for CGI effects. So you can see its limitations here and there, but it was mostly practical effects, and it works. And I ended up enjoying it. And to be honest, I ended up enjoying Prometheus and Covenant a hell of a lot better, with a little bit of time in between. Joss Whedon's Alien Resurrection still stinks.
Yeah.
Alien 3. You know how everybody has what is the movie? Everybody always asks what's that movie or that you like that you don't like to tell people about? What is it the shame?
Yeah, you're
Alien 3 is always my one for that because
cool.
I enjoyed it. I like the premise of the story. And here's Jaffo says it's an underrated gem, and I agree with him there. And the one that I liked is the one that you just talked about there, Eric.
The factory cut, yeah.
Yes, which is so much better.
Mm-hmm.
And just the especially that chemistry between the Game of Thrones actor, what's his name?
Charles Dance.
And Ripley.
And
It's
Ripley.
really good.
Yeah.
Just like that short little, and the interaction is very short, but it's so intense. And just like you're imagining what kind of things he did to get there, because it doesn't seem like he would be that kind of person that would do that. And it allows you to go into it was for me, I always I enjoyed watching that movie, and I'd always hear people hate on it. It's like,
yeah,
I like
where's
it.
this coming from?
Yeah, I don't.
Failed expectations of
And the guy who did the CG for it, he was very young at the time, and it was Phil Cunningham.
Mm-hmm.
And Phil Cunningham is also an artist. I believe it's Phil Cunningham who did it. I'm very confident it is. And he did the videos for oh my gosh, Apex Twins.
Mm-hmm.
He did the videos for that for them. So when he did the Alien 3 CG, I believe he was really, really young when he did that. And then he ended up, I believe afterwards he did some art installations. When I went to Italy on my study abroad program there, I went in and he did this. It's I saw a ton of artwork there, but the one thing that I remember that really stood out was this video he did of a man and a woman. They're in this really dark setting, and they're lit up by this green light, and it's just the interaction between the two of them, and it's sensual yet very extremely violent at the same time. It was amazing. So yeah, that's my story with that. But Alien 3 is that shameful love of mine. Yeah.
For me, that shameful love would have to be Event Horizon.
Oh,
that's not shameful love, dude.
Man,
that's an amazing movie. What are you talking about?
That's a tough movie to watch. I watched that when it came out, and it was but was not prepared.
No, you're never prepared for that movie.
I guess that's the whole point of it, huh?
Yeah.
The critical drinker loves that movie too, dude.
Yeah.
I'm so glad to hear somebody else because it's the Event Horizon is amazing.
It'll be fine.
A lot of people. There's a lot of people on the Reddit Warhammer.
Yeah.
The Reddit Warhammer page that Event Horizon might be a prequel to the Warhammer lore, because
I've heard that before.
In Warhammer they travel warp travel is going through the void, which is like literal hell.
Yeah.
To go from one part of this universe to another.
Right.
And in Event Horizon it was
Yeah.
they actually had like the ship basically goes through like a hell dimension.
Yeah, when it splits splits a fold into the space time or
Yeah,
whatever it
and
is. Yeah.
a lot of people are so convinced that Event Horizon is a prequel to Warhammer that I'm not sure. I don't know. I'm like,
Interesting.
you guys. I'm like, you guys argue. I just want to enjoy it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
So Eric, you're not a big fan of Event Horizon?
I know it's creepy. I mean,
Yeah,
it
go
was
back and watch it again. When's the last time
really
you watched it?
Maybe when it came out.
Yeah, watch it again. It
Oh,
stands the test of
man.
time, man.
Yeah.
It's really good acting too, though. It's really, it's. But you know what? The first time I watched it, it freaked the hell out of me. But then you go back and you watch it again, and it's not as bad because
Yeah.
you get older and you could deal with it again. Like for me, I watched it when I was in Osaka, and I had no idea what I was getting into, and I was like, I was completely freaked out. But no, it's for me that's one of those movies that stands the test of time. But
It's 25 years old.
yeah,
Yeah,
it's a
they
Paul
wanted-
W.S. Anderson movie.
Yeah, he actually wanted to release a director's cut, but they
everything-
never.
yeah,
Yeah,
Go
they
for it, that's
never. He could never find the only full director's cut he ever found with all his unedited material was in a film vault in Romania, which was a salt mine, but it was only a VHS copy. He's like, God, I can't make a director's cut out of this.
I wish they would though. And apparently those are lost as well, aren't they?
Yes.
Yeah. Megan, sorry, you've been quiet there. Everything okay?
Yeah, I'm just sorry. Sometimes I get
writing
quiet.
You're writing your notes.
I know I have been. I've been writing all sorts of things. You guys have
I did
suggested.
my bills. Yeah. Seriously, I paid all my bills and
Oh, really? There we go.
There you go.
You're productive.
Multitasking.
This is multitasking. Yeah.
Exactly. Have you seen any of these movies that we've been talking about, Megan?
No.
Oh, that's all
I'm
right.
not a huge movie person because, like, I
Uh-huh.
grew up without a TV.
Oh, that's cool.
And we didn't go to the movie theater very often, so it was never like, I don't know, like if you grew up watching TV and watching a lot of movies, like that's just like you go to that more naturally.
I got you.
Me,
Totally
like
there.
we grew up reading and stuff, so that's what yeah. So
What
I'm
is
very
reading?
behind in my movie pop culture.
It's all new if you haven't gotten to it yet. Kind of like
Exactly.
funny
Yeah.
books.
Yeah.
That's why I always like saying like, oh, Megan, okay, you got to watch this next. Oh, you got to watch this next, and you got. That's why I approached you about. I approached you about doing like going into Coen Brothers, just watching a bunch of the Coen Brothers movies and talking about that, because those to me, if you want to talk about some directors, modern day directors who are going to go down the test of time, like those, the Coen Brothers, their movies are insanely good. There's just, if you just look through their library of movies, there's one after another.
Big
10 out of 10
Lebowski.
for me. Yeah, Big Lebowski. I
Miller's
love
Crossing.
Miller's Crossing.
Yeah,
Yes,
go.
yes, it's so good.
It's my
Hail
favorite
Caesar.
gangster movie. I love it.
It's perfection. It's great.
Hail Caesar. Hail Caesar is where Thanos slaps the
It's cute.
shit out of Batman.
Yeah.
It's really cute. Actually, I have a question for Megan. Do
Miller's
you
Crossing, yeah.
have a PO box yet so people can send you suggestions for comic book suggestions? No. Some people do. Like I know Az has one, and Ethan's got one. Ethan Van Sciver has one. I think Gary's got one. Yeah, and people just send them stuff. Like,
Oh yeah, no, I've had a couple people ask to send me things, but they've been more trusted people. Like, so I've given them my actual address, but
just because I had this would be a suggestion as to a new comics fan. Okay,
I'm sorry that.
This is called
I'm sorry,
Understanding
this-
Comics, and it's by Scott McCloud. And
Oh.
this is about the history of comic books. It's about sequential art, and it's a giant graphic novel told in 12 issues, collected in one book. And it's about what it means, understanding comic books and this visual medium, and about art, and about light source, and about vanishing point, about all of these, like the worm's eye view, the bird's eye view, about all these things.
What is this again? Here, I'm gonna blow the. I'm gonna get this.
Oh gosh, I'm gonna drop the link in the I'll drop the link in the chat. This was given to me by a friend years ago, and it tells you, it uses a comic book to describe comic books.
Comic books, yep.
Yeah, and the history of comic books, like the first things of in history written down were comic books.
Egyptians, hieroglyphics, and
and it goes from like cartoony to like real life. You know what I mean? These are like the different phases of style, and this is a valuable resource.
So cool.
It's a
I need to get that
book. Let me hustle down the link. I'll drop it in the link.
Yeah, do it.
And
awesome.
I will. I'm doing it now.
Hail the Lord of the Rings. Nice to see you here. And I'm going to go ahead and answer for Megan and say that she hasn't seen Solomon Kane yet. Am I correct?
love that movie.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. I just recently watched it. Juan.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good.
Rob. Yeah.
Yeah,
it was
good.
It was basically like what the director, she wanted to do an origin of Solomon Kane, because there was never an origin of what Solomon Kane. Robert E. Howard never wrote an origin. He wrote an origin for Cole the Conqueror, Conan the Barbarian, Bran McMorgan. He wrote origins for all his characters, but he never wrote one for Solomon Kane. Unfortunately, he died while writing some of his short stories. And
he offed himself, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
He got depressed after his mother died.
Yeah.
And he was basically writing short stories to pulp magazines to help his mother out. But when she died, he was just devastated.
Just to let you know, I dropped the link to Scott McCloud's Understanding Comics, the Invisible Art, in our private chat.
Oh,
it's
right.
too long for the link was too long for the YouTube live chat. But just to let you know, you can get a used copy for $9.16 American.
Nice.
Yeah, save yourself. Really? Yeah, it's brand new, $23.39. It's a
I
really
see this
good
on Amazon right now.
Yeah, it's got great reviews as well.
This is a great book about comics, using a comic book to describe it. And I get to reread out of me every couple of years, and it proves I'm always going to be a student of my hobby.
Yep.
Yay.
Yeah.
There we go.
The Solomon Kane was just so great. I mean, it showed how he went from being a pirate who only was out for himself to fight for other people and save them in the name of God.
Right.
Because he was never a good man. He always killed. He would kill and take treasures for himself. But now but then he became a pious man who only spoke of faith and helping others out of the goodness of his heart. Even in one of the stories he wrote, he chased a man from England all the way to Africa in order to kill him because he killed a daughter of a friend of his, and he saw how much hurt it caused his friend, so he wanted to ease that pain of him by punishing the man who killed his daughter. And I always loved the way Robert E. Howard wrote these stories. He was always so raw, so visceral with everything he wrote. And he was also friends with H.P. Lovecraft. There was actually one that he wrote Solomon H.P. Lovecraft actually asked Robert E. Howard to write a Solomon Kane story using his mythos. And hang on, let me see if I could find the story. And he wanted to have Solomon Kane be the main character.
Mm-hmm.
And let's see. There was the story was called There was let's see the story. Let me keep talking while I find the story.
Vamping? Okay, Megan, vamp. Just joking. So, Megan, in your introduction to comic books, what are some of the ones that have stood out that you're really, really, really impressed with? Like ones that you would, if a newbie came up to you from a noob to a noob, what would you recommend a noob?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. I made a good question.
Oh boy.
Yeah, that is a good question.
I would probably suggest like a very wide variety, because that's what I've been doing to like introduce myself, because I didn't really know what I would like, and so I wanted to make sure I tried everything and didn't get like stuck in this narrow little path of
superhero comic books. There's more comic books than superhero comics.
Right.
Yeah. So like right now I'm really loving Spider-Woman, like Jessica Drew Spider-Woman a lot.
Nice.
Yeah.
The late 70s stuff?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yes. So I'm really loving that. And I have it in like a novel form, which is an interesting way to read a comic book.
Mm-hmm.
But then like I really I would probably suggest what's it called? Animal Castle.
Yeah.
Which is a French comic.
I'm gonna check that out.
Yeah, it's a good one. It is inspired by George Orwell's 1984, or no, not 1984.
Animal
Orwell's
yeah.
Animal Farm, yes. Yeah,
We were
the
actually
art is incredible. I love the art.
That's why I hate French comic books. Because their art is too damn good.
It's so
like
so
every
good.
time I do something, I'm like, damn, this looks good. I take one look at a French comic book, I'm like, nope. I'm not even close. Yeah. No, I'm just joking, but yeah.
A couple of friends of mine and I might be reading Animal Farm for our Fish and Chip Fridays. There's about 3 of us right now,
Fish and
I made the suggestion, like, hey, like, because I made an Animal Farm reference, and my buddy David was like, I haven't read that in a long time. He's like, well, I read it over lockdown 2020, and it's just, maybe we should book club it, right? For a Friday. It's a short book.
Yeah,
it's a 3-hour long audio book. And it's a pretty quick one. So, but to have this conversation as adults talking about Animal Farm, and then to know about Animal Castle, which I had no idea about until I tuned into Megan's station and watched.
I love it. Yeah. It was suggested to me by the comic book store in the town I live in. I went in there, and he always suggests great stuff for me, and that was one he suggested. Yes, love it.
Sorry, I just want to give a shout out to Ryan Roger Athe real quick. Thank you for stopping by. And he did a wonderful video. I didn't even know that he was doing it, just promoting. He promotes a lot of up-and-coming people out there. And he did a great little short on on me and the anti-comics, and just really appreciate that. And thank you for stopping by, Ryan. Really appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Ryan. He did a video for me. I'm a rising star in his opinion. I'll go far.
We're all stars.
It's a rising star.
I found the story.
So are you, Megan.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you, Bendito. Yeah, I mean,
I found the story. It's called The Footfalls Within.
Mm-hmm.
Solomon Kane, in this story, Solomon Kane is in Africa. He comes across a tribe of Arabs who are taking these natives, and he decides to save these people, but the Arabs end up overpowering him, and they take his weapons, and one of them includes this cat-headed staff which he carries. The Arabs, one of the Arabs sees that the staff is powerful, and he decides to keep it. So they walk all day and all night until they find this like doorway in the middle of the jungle, and they hear footfalls inside the chamber, and they think that they're more natives that they could take as slaves. But when they open this door, this Lovecraftian monster just destroys all the Arabs. Solomon Kane was able to free himself, and while he tried his flintlock pistol, his sword, his dagger, nothing worked until he used his staff. The staff was able to hurt the creature, and so he was able to beat back the creature and put it back in the chamber. And
you get back in the kitchen.
Yeah. and that was basically the one story that Lovecraft wanted Robert E. Howard to write, because he loved Solomon Kane, and he wanted him to write a story of his mythos into Robert's mythos. So that was basically the first ever crossover that two creators can have. And this isn't the first one. They have done crossovers with Conan the Barbarian, Bren McMorgan, called The Conqueror. The one with Bren McMorgan was called The Worms of the Earth, I think.
Dude.
And it is very surreal in that one. So yeah, those are some of the great stories that I have read or listened to while being able to look at Robert E. Howard. And I've loved the guy's work.
Yeah, I got his collection on audiobooks here recently, and I'm still going through it. I really love the Solomon Kane that I listened to. I really enjoyed that.
I love Solomon Kane. I love Conan the Barbarian. I love Brent McMorgan. I haven't gotten into Called the Conqueror.
That's what I'm going through right now, and it was a little bit difficult for me.
Yeah. But Called the Conqueror was like the king of Atlantis before Aquaman.
Right.
And he was basically the proto Conan. So yeah. So here's a story that I got from Midnight's Edge. When Amazon got the rights to Lord of the Rings. Yeah. I don't know if any of you know about this, but when Amazon got the rights to Lord of the Rings, they wanted to use that for the general audience, but for the more adult, mature audience, they wanted another fantasy epic, and so they chose Conan the Barbarian. Conan, the first draft of scripts were written, and it was so much like Robert E. Howard's work. It was violent, brutal, brutal, sexy, and all the good things that you would see in a Conan work. Right. But then the producer who greenlit the project got Me Too'd out of the company.
Aww.
And since he was the one who greenlighted Conan, the new producer decided to drop it and bring in Robert E. Jordan's Wheel of Time. because they feel like it would be safer and they could gender bend and race swap more characters than they would. But the Conan the Barbarian series that they wanted to do would have had Conan in his travels, going through different lands of Hyboria, meeting different people, fighting monsters and wizards. And I would have loved to see a Conan the Barbarian series like that.
Ooh. Well, that now you can write your own and get over, and you can push through your writer's block and make your own IP, and then maybe even pitch it to an artist such as James. And then,
actually,
where I'm going.
Yeah, actually, RJ from the Fourth Age beat me to it, because right now he's working on a Conan the Barbarian style of comic book.
Or look up what's in the public domain as well. I mean, that's an untapped wealth of established characters.
Yeah, like Winnie the Pooh.
Winnie the Pooh, or maybe is Call the Conqueror over 19, is that before 1938?
1920. Actually,
Call the Conqueror, it sounds like should be perhaps in the public domain. You could legitimately make your own stories.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Wouldn't that be cool?
Yeah.
I don't know if I told you this or heard from this. Have you remember, you've seen Conan the Barbarian, right?
The first one, a billion times.
Yeah.
Put him on the tree of pain.
Have you seen Conan the Barbarian?
With Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yes.
Yeah, I just watched it last week.
Really? Yeah. Oh, cool.
Wow. What did you think of it?
Okay, honestly, I don't like Arnold Schwarzenegger very much. And I'm so stuck on the Conan in my mind compared to like the comic books and the novels.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good point.
The movie, but it's like I had a specific idea in my mind, and it didn't really match.
Yeah.
So I had some disappointment there. I'll be honest.
Yeah, Conan was never like this muscle brown brute. He was a thinker. He was a thinker. He was an expert strategist. He knew different languages. Even though he looked dumb, he was actually very smart.
Yeah.
But in Conan the Barbarian, there's this one line that everyone keeps talking about, and that is the riddle of steel.
Yeah.
Yes.
And what I think the riddle of steel is how Conan's father thinks that the riddle of steel is the weapon in your hand.
Right.
But Thulsa Doom thinks that it's the hand that wields that weapon.
Or even the mind, huh?
Yeah, but what I think that the riddle of steel is the will, because Conan was able to survive at Thulsa Doom and his warriors, and his will was never broken. And after he decapitated Thulsa Doom, he held up his head and his father's broken sword. And I was like, the riddle of steel is the will of a warrior, because flesh will grow old and bones will become, and flesh will grow old and rot, and steel will, and the weapon will go brittle and break, but the will is unbreakable. And that's what I thought the riddle of steel is. But I wanted to tell you that Thulsa Doom was never actually a Conan villain.
Yeah, he wasn't.
I told
he was Cull.
Yes.
But and that also because they mixed a lot of stories together, and I was like, but okay. That also bothered me.
Yeah, he was called the Conquerors. He was called the Conquerors. Yeah, one of the main villains of Conan was the wizard from Day of the Dragon.
Now that he was in the second one though, right? Conan the Destroyer. Right?
No, I don't think so. No, that was one of the queen. That was a queen that was trying to resurrect the dead god.
No, I mean like the wizard that was in the room with all the mirrors.
Yes, that was him.
Yeah.
That was him.
Yeah.
He was such a great villain in the books, but I kind of got, after I read the books and saw Conan the Destroyer again, I was kind of bummed out that he went out like a chump.
Yeah, when I was a kid, I loved Conan the Destroyer, but then when I grew up, I was like, dang. To this day, though, I'm still a huge Barbarian fan. I could watch that anytime.
Yeah,
but it's cool to see Megan's approach from this, because I've never really met anybody who saw or who read the books before they watched the movie.
Yeah.
You know? So it's interesting to see that viewpoint.
Yeah. I mean, before I read the books, I only saw the movies, and I even watched Conan the Adventurer, that Saturday morning cartoon.
Yeah.
That was my version of He-Man, and I loved Conan. And when I grew up, when I grew older, I found Conan the Barbarian. I saw Robert E. Howard's books, and I listened to all the audio books that he had of Conan. Some of my favorites were like Day of the Dragon, the Pool of the Black Ones, the Sword of the Eagle, the God's Bowl, the Tower of the Elephant. These are some of my favorite Conan books.
That's a good one. Tower of the Elephant.
Yeah, and Conan is just such a chilled guy. He said when they said that he should be with the generals and everything, he's like, I'm a barbarian and the son of a blacksmith. I should not. I have no noble blood in me. Because
indeed.
Yeah.
I need to check in real quick, and I just want to say I gotta bounce.
I'm actually going to. It's 4 hours and 10 minutes. It's 2:30 in the morning here,
Oh.
so I am going to actually, if that's okay, if I just go ahead and end the stream here.
Yeah.
Would you guys like to? I haven't done this really before, but if you guys want to do some outros, I haven't really done that before. Would you guys mind doing that?
No,
That's
not at all. Go for it, Bandito. Tell them where you're from.
Bandito. Yeah, here we go.
I am from a small town called Sassoon City, California, which is located in the North Bay. And I love barbarians. I love comic books. I'm an all-around geek.
Nice.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Who's next?
There we go. We'll go Eric.
Oh, sure. Hey there.
Yeah.
Eric O'Sullivan, Reverend Sully, ordained on the internet. I make daily content. I have a 3 p.m. U.S. Eastern daily comic book show. We talk for comic books for about 10 to 15 minutes every day. And we're going to talk about comic books every day for the rest of the year. It's called The Golden Age of DC Comics. And I think it's a great use of a book that I've had for about 2 decades. And I literally get to talk about comic books every day. And so I make content. I make daily content. I talk about cooking. I'm a professional chef. I talk about spirituality and purpose and gratitude. I was turned on to gratitude lists from Gary Beekler. I was. It was a very important piece of advice for an individual such as myself, and it's really helped me. And so if I can pay that forward to one person, then you know what, God bless. And I also point out planets first thing in the morning too. If it's clear, I'm like, hey, look, that's Mars. Yeah. And so yeah, that's the kind of content I make. Like and subscribe, come aboard. Yeah, and subscribe to Megan, subscribe to James. You should subscribe to Bendito. You got a station?
No, actually, I don't make any content. I'm too scared.
Well, Call is in the public domain, and maybe you can write out a couple and make your own audiobooks and share it with us.
Okay.
That sounds like, you know what I mean? You could, man.
Do it.
Do it.
All
What
right.
about you, Megan Lee?
All right, I'm gonna throw Megan up here. Here we go. No pressure.
Oh, I hate when they make me big. It's weird. You can find me on the Noob Reviews tonight at 8 p.m. Yes, 8 p.m. Central. I am interviewing Justin Murphy, or he's known as Professor Murph, about his War Party comic book series on Indiegogo. So that's gonna be fun. I'm a little nervous, but it's gonna be fun.
You can lead off where you sold at least one set today, at least.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
yeah, I can.
you did. Yeah, I
'cause
bought
you
it.
bought one.
Yes, I did.
Here we go. I'll let him know.
Yay.
I will let him know.
Well, cool. And James, happy birthday, man.
Yes.
Thank you.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for inviting us
I'm
on
gonna
again.
enlarge myself here.
It's some quality time.
Here we go, guys. Thank you, everybody, for coming out here for the birthday / Lord of the Rings / 200 subscriber / isn't it a wonderful
200.
life kind of thing.
Congratulations.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I got that
Yes.
during 32's stream.
Cool.
Again, I don't really concentrate much on the numbers, but I do appreciate everybody goes out there and subscribe and everything.
Me too.
I'm just out here to have a good time, and I really love all of the knowledge that gets dropped here. Everybody just talking about their favorite franchises and interests and everything. And so again, I appreciate everybody always coming out here and checking out the streams, and all of you wonderful people here on the panel tonight. Thank you so much. Here's old Gandalf just before we really even.
So good.
There we go. There we go. Hands very settled down there.
Pass.
Unless you have. What? What is the? Sorry, I'm going to some
going
Monty
to Grail,
Python.
aren't you?
Yeah.
What is your
thank
quest?
you again, everybody, for checking out the stream tonight, and go out there and support your independent creators and content makers and all that jazz, and subscribe and check out Eric's and Megan's, and yeah.
And we're gonna get Bandito to make some cult comic books.
Exactly.
All right.
Awesome.
Thank you all again, and until next time, have a good one.
Cheers,
again, guys.
Namaste.
Adios.
Bye-bye.
Good night.